Well, lying, that's a bad word. But the only truth is transformation. A single breath, then it's over.
So how did that? Can you describe his final words?
Working with us as the guys.
Can you tell us what happened here?
They finally got sick of it all. They just gave up on accepting fate. That was a loophole. They found the stories and read it straight down. After the end of the words, just going to structure, breathing, sleeping, other caretakers.
Can you describe this?
The shot. The shot.
To stand so tall when the fact and ruins. So brave.
Face of all these roots that ruin. To stand so tall when in fashion ruins. To face that corner with the past stars.
Just the sound alone of its humbling breath. To face that corner of a box of dark. Just the sound alone
Of the tumbling breath. On earth, from the ruins that was left the yesterday undo, and the branch becomes. From the ruins that was left the yesterday undo, and the branch becomes. From the ruins that was left the yesterday undo, and the branch becomes. From the ruins that was left the yesterday undo, and the branch becomes.
From the ruins echo softly as the roots undo, and the branch becomes. From the ruins echo softly as the roots undo, and the branch becomes.
Happy birthday, Josh. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Quinn Summers. Hello, Chroma. Hello, Swaggity Swirl. Hello, Gary. Hello, Ideas. Hello, Lucario, if you're still there. Luna Pretty Cure. Your stuff is cool. Who commented way before the stream started, so very well could not be there. How the fuck do you say this? How do you make a blog you work on become popular? You need a viral post or shout outs from OG bloggers. So I'm going to tell you, particularly this is true with blog. This is also true with YouTubing, but it's especially true with blogging. The people who care the most about blogging are bloggers. So networking with bloggers is important, but not in the sense that you're trying to get them to like promote your work. How do I put it? Well, for one thing, a rising tide raises all ships. This is important to understand as just a baseline. So you want to be a part of the rising tide. You want to be putting more weight into the ocean so that the water goes up, if you understand. The most important lesson I ever learned in community building and in marketing is from my mentor, Ghost Lightning, who I've mentioned this a couple times, but Ghost Lightning would leave a comment on every single post he read on any blog. And he also responded to every single comment that he received on his blog. And I'm sure it's still like this, but in on blogs, typically if your name is a hyperlink, it means you're a blogger. And bloggers, if they get a comment that it's really thoughtful and reads like a blog post, they're more likely to click on your name and go see if you are just as interesting on your blog. part of the reason that my channel is currently growing is that I leave lots of fucking comments. I'm one of those people who people are always like, Trixie, what are you doing here? You know, it's like I'm everywhere on because I watch a ton of YouTube. I watch a shit ton of YouTube videos. So like, you know, and I also promote a shit ton of YouTube videos. You know, I'm always in my posts feed. And like a lot of the times the people who make these videos, they see that this happens. Like they are aware that I am sharing their videos, especially when people go through, you know, you can see that there are likes signifying the fact that my viewers are coming in here, and some of them will leave comments, stuff like that. And if I have thoughtful commenters in my audience who I then send to their videos and they leave thoughtful comments, then, you know, again, all of that will create a sense of your place, your necessity within the environment, basically. Like if you seem like a thoughtful, interesting person, then you know, people will want to come read your blog, but they're not going to assume that you are that way unless you like show up at their front door with it. You know, like a link to your blog seems not thoughtful. You know, like it's like, hi, you don't know who I am, but please read my work. But when you show up and you're like, hi, I just read your work and I have all these thoughts about it, then those people are like, oh, you seem interested in me, you know? So now I want to know more about you. Also, never forget about the Ben Franklin effect. Ben Franklin would do this thing where when people didn't like him, he would ask them for favors. Like he'd ask them to borrow a book that he knows that they have. And then he would compliment the book effusively, you know, when he gave it back to them. And so it would make it hard for them to not like him, because it's like he likes their shit. You know, how are they going to be mad at a guy who likes their shit? So that has a big effect as well. Like if you don't have an attitude of like you know, everything sucks except for the stuff I like. If you're finding things to like about the things other people like, that goes a long way. Or if you're kind of apologetic about not liking their stuff, you know, if your take isn't like, oh, this stuff sucks, but like, sorry, I can't get into it, you know, it shows you at least tried and you're not just dismissive. So all of those things will, I think, endear you into like a community of bloggers. And when you're in that community, they're going to talk about you. You know, like they're going to reference you. You're going to reference them too. Like if you're finding great writers, you're going to end up referencing one another. So like a lot of the reason that people kept giving my blog a chance, despite me being like the most obnoxious person as a teen, is that I kept getting that Ghost Lightning cosign, and I kept getting that because I kept working with him. You know, I kept helping to facilitate some of the ideas he had that would have been too much work for him to do as a grown adult, you know, such as you know, like I couldn't have written the blog post that contextualized this. He also redesigned this graph from what I had originally sent him, but like I built I just out of personal obsession charted out the careers of everybody who worked on Revolutionary Girl Utena and where all of their careers had crossed paths at any given point. And then he pointed out how this also is like apparent in the shows, how like watching the shows that are from the same creators and stuff, like, yeah, it's like, it's obvious that the same people made it. And like at the time, discussion of people who create shows was just not commonplace on the internet. Like we did not talk about shows in terms of it's like this because this guy made it or this studio made it. And that was something I was really pushing for early on, because I immediately caught on to the fact that like Akiyuki Shinbo and Hiroyuki Maishi make all of my favorite, and fucking everybody at Baepapa is like, these people make all of my favorite anime. You know, it's the same fucking couple people making all the shows I like. So to me, the people are way more important than the genre or, you know, the the fact that it is anime. It's like, no, I'm a fan of Hideaki Anno. I'm a fan of, these specific people, all of whom have been fucked by the industry, and have given me the impression of like, yeah, we're fine, but maybe you should stay out of this. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the healthiest industry, but whatever. But the fact that no matter how like shitty my writing might have been, my ability to contribute to that means that I had a place in that, So engaging people, but not like Steve-O promoting his special. Got it. Thanks for taking the time to answer. Much love. P.S. Half the bloggers I like are retired. Got to rebuild my network. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, not a lot of people are writing anymore, and I'm trying to change YouTube culture in a way, because I really want people to be more casual about like what they're willing to make a video about. I feel like there's this idea that if you make a video about something, it's like a statement, and that like live streams are expected or allowed, I guess, to be more casual. Like live streams is like, yeah, you're just vibing with somebody because you think they're cool, but a video is like taken as this like immortal statement or something. And it's like, you can always just make another video, like, and just update the thoughts. Like, you could just, there's no reason it has to be taken so fucking seriously to publish a video. It's not to me different from posting in a Discord chat that is public. Like it's all posting. Any amount of texting to somebody else, like any amount of making your words visible is posting to me. So YouTube comments are posts, Discord chats are posts, fucking YouTube posts are posts, YouTube videos are posts. It's all just fucking posts. I treat it all the exact same way. It's just, what form does it make sense in? What form or what makes sense to post in this form? And I think people have created all these rules for themselves about what is a YouTube video that don't fucking need to be there. They weren't there at the beginning. They all came from the algorithm telling us like, well, if you want to be successful, you do this. And it's like, I don't fucking need to be seen by 100,000 fucking people. There's not 100,000 fucking people I like in this world, or that are going to like me. There might be 100,000 people that like a couple of my videos, or even a couple hundred of my videos. But like, I don't want a deep relationship with 100,000 people. 50,000 I'll take. I can handle 50,000. More than that is too much. I don't know why I think I could handle knowing 50,000 people on any level, but that's where I think, I don't know why I think I could handle. Oh, no, Jesus Christ. That was so loud. Y'all listen to that all day? Jesus. What a robust voice. Indie game cartoon videos Trixie March 2025. Indie cartoons online / no download video games and other projects. To be included, it needs to be made without corporate involvement. Truly indie. I don't know how to interpret this image. These are names of games, right? Oh, this is an image to represent just the general concept of the WLS homebrew Game Boy game creator. Many of them are remakes of old British computer games. I got to choose a computer game I wanted him to do next and help on it. That was Vixen, which is the game we played on the last stream. But there's way more. This guy has been making Game Boy games for years now. He's made literally hundreds all on his own, except sometimes me and others help him. Click that link. Okay. Damn. Hundreds of Game Boy. I love this artwork. They all have like such legit art. Like it's funny because like how do I describe it? There's a surrealness to this where it's like he made something shitty good. Like the style that he's ripping off with these Game Boy covers is like when they were doing a really bad job representing the game by trying to make something in like a particular art style. but he's taken that and like made it look way cooler than it ever actually did. So it's like a weird sense of like, wait a minute. Did those old Game Boy games actually look awesome? Or is it just that these images look awesome? It's like tricking me. I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way Game Boy games actually looked this cool. This is like a trick of being like a specific type of a genius of aesthetics, I think. I assume he does the covers himself, since everything else is done by himself. Simulacrum, yeah. Yo, Trixie, I'm an indie dev and releasing my first commercial game next month. Thanks for guiding my creative growth over the last decade. As much as a parasocial relationship I have never met can. That is awesome. Feel free to promote your game here. Because I love indie games. I assume it is, when you say commercial game, you mean like a game that is for sale, not like a game released through a publisher. Or maybe you do mean through a publisher. I don't know. Or an indie publication. Sometimes the terminology gets confusing, between trying to determine what does the word indie mean. Ring Race, gay furry indie animated short. If you watch this cartoon, I have a special surprise I could share afterwards. Let's just say it's a very interesting thing and little bonus bit of content that I will send to the chat after you watch this. Okay, well, we're going to do that because I have to pee.
Cheers to a day off from your brickhead boss.
Oh, come on. Don't say that.
This looks amazing.
To a break from your totally normal and well-adjusted boss. Wait. There was something else I wanted to toast to.
What did you have in mind?
Well, we've been dating for a long time, and there's a really important question I've been meaning to ask you. Will you let me go to the bathroom?
Okay.
Great.
Hey, so should I say congratulations or better luck next time?
Neither!
Ugh.
Where did you put the ring?
I put it in your bag like you told me to.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah, man, the ring is totally...
Eureka?
I'll be there in 4 minutes.
Eureka,
Bye! Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry about that.
Hey! Get that dog!
Okay, I'll actually watch that later. I'm so out of it that I went to check to make sure I wasn't like boiling anything. I wasn't. But I had to I was like, I have this nagging sense that like something's going off in the background, which is something that happens to me a lot. I think part of why I have such a hard time getting started streaming is that I always feel like there's something I'm forgetting. And I never it never like comes back around. At some point, I just give up on trying to figure out what it is. But I always feel like there's like this nagging sensation of you're missing something obvious, Sometimes I am, and then I figure it out. Sometimes it's just a feeling that persists, and then I can't get rid of it, And Trixie the Dementia Witch. I'm Somnia Trixie tonight. Because I slept for like fucking 13 hours. So to recap summary where we've been. Yesterday I live streamed from
This
what?
month has been
What was the timing on this? I started like fairly late last night, if I remember correctly. And like an hour in, I got this $400 donation. And then I proceeded to stream for another 4.5 hours after that. And so it was like probably 2 a.m. by the time, maybe 2:30 by the time I finally went to bed, and probably 3 a.m. by the time I actually got to sleep. And then I guess Bird probably got up for work at like 5 or 5:30, so I helped him get ready for work and then went directly back to bed, and I proceeded to sleep until 3 p.m. as it says in the title of the video. And it's not that that's unheard of for me. There was a time in my life where waking up at 4 was pretty normal. It's just that, like, that has not been the case anytime recently. Like normally I crawl into bed at like somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m. and I wake up somewhere between 10:30 to maybe 1 at the latest. So waking up at 3 o'clock, I was just like, God damn. I'm sure part of it is I had a lot of these CBD gummies that Shade just had like a jar of peach ring CBD gummies, and he was like, yeah, we've just had these and we don't take them. So me and Bird have been putting the fucking Mac down on those because they taste good, and they help you sleep and also sit in a chair for hours on end. So I'm sure that was part of what put me all the way down, and just probably the relief of having made so much money last night. You don't go to bed having made $600 in a day very often. Obviously a lot of that's taken by YouTube. So we'll say $400, whatever. I don't often go to bed having just made $400 that day. So, unless it's payday, obviously, where you're like getting a large sum at once. But, I don't, how do you frame that? Make? Yeah, you make rather than get. I made that money. I didn't get that money, if that makes sense. Whatever. I'm over intellectualizing this. Let's look at more stuff. What's happening on the internet? Oh yeah, this was a great short.
I was chatting with one of my neighbors who is an elder, and she dropped some knowledge on me that I wanted to share because it applies to life. She was talking about driving in the rain and how the first time she had hydroplaned, which is, when your car just starts spinning because it slides on the road because of the wet road. She was so happy that she remembered that when you are hydroplaning, when your car goes into a spin, you're supposed to turn your steering wheel toward the spin. One would think that, hey, I don't want to go in that direction. I need to turn the opposite way, but doing that could be deadly. And I thought about just life situations, how a lot of times we go through things that looking at it, we're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. I look at the journey I had with breast cancer and how the safest thing I could have done for myself is to turn toward that journey and make the most of it rather than trying to run away from it. Because regardless, that cancer was in my body. But turning toward it allowed me to find purpose in the journey, for me to ask God, okay, why am I going through this right now? To also find meaning in the pain by sharing my story with other people, etc. When we're hydroplaning, where life seems like it's going in a direction that you cannot control, look toward that direction and see if there's a solution before you run away, because you might find, like I did, that turning toward that direction is so fulfilling and will lead you to love, discovering who loves you, and also just how strong and resilient you actually are. So I hope that resonates with somebody. I hope all of y'all are well.
It resonated with me. Hey, I liked it. I like that video. Farrah Lawal Harris is a very underrated channel. That only has 23 views. Very underrated channel. Let's go to the homepage and see what YouTube wants me to watch. We could watch shitty kickflips, but you could do that also. You probably will do that anyways. Wacky lesbian hour? This looks interesting. What the fuck is this? Queen Slut with $10. I've been watching for like a decade. Figured it was probably time to give something back. Lamau, enjoy your night, Trixie. I will. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Is this Japanese shoegaze? I don't think this would qualify as shoegaze. This is some flat out punk. Just punk all the way. Okay, that's fucking awesome. I want to see this too, though. Oak Grove. Chill Beats. Okay. This is Beats? Okay, there we go. Okay, this is trippy. I kind of like this. This reminds me of like the kind of melody Shade would make, actually, back in like way back. I don't have enough fucking bars on my computer. I gotta jump into my phone. They scared to ask me what I'm thinking, and I never tell. Hell, ain't got no room for when my thinking starts to swell. Heart can smell and fake it, break it like a soft shell crab under teeth. Meet me with the bag out on the beach. I'm freezing to the touch. I'm easy to erupt. I'm never in a rush. I'm always coming in clutch. You stick close to the chest. You poke me, you're the rest. You sing in another voice. You never leave me a choice but to come. Running up the meter, running up the meter. Running up the meter, running up the meter. I couldn't remember what song that was until I got to the hook. I was like, what is this one? Someone's running up to meter, but the guard is on. God is my guardian, my Gundam and my courtesan. In this digression, court's in session in the conclusion. I said the verdict wrong, whoops, and now your body gone. Looking for the shorty with the shotty on. Bossing up to put a whole new party on. No drizzy diddy shit, we did another thing. Fuck all your flings, we bring the marriage to the Mardi Gras. We rock your body off, Margaretville town dance. In trance at a glance, that we dance, that we dance. In trance at a glance, that we dance, that we dance. Till the ambulance comes running up the meter, running up the meter, running up the meter. Running up the meter, running up the meter, running up the meter, running up the meter. I'm a completer and eater and a defeater. You see her, your best believer, you fear her, then you live now in fear. I'm a completer and eater and a defeater. You see her, your best believer, you fear her, then you live now in fear. I'm a completer and eater and a defeater. You see her, your best believer, you fear her, then you live now in fear. I'm a completer and eater and a defeater. You see her, your best believer, you fear her, then you live now in fear. I'm a completer and eater and a defeater. You see her, your best believer, you fear her, then you live now in fear. Oh, look at what I just lifted. I'm so high I've been lifted. Look at what I just lifted. I'm so high I've been lifted. Funnel cake bait peeping out the window in the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. Hey, funnel cake bait peeping out the window in the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. Bitch, what's going on? Come on, toes. Come on, toes. How does this sound? Do I sound all right, or is this like an abomination? Here's some bars I didn't use on a song. Just a shorty with a massive fucking threat, or a better the Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California. Storm your mind like troopers. Why does the goop that born you? Mourn you, never sever all the ties and brutally outperform you. Do more than reassure you of the outpouring of my talents. It's like a fit of manic inspiration guided the station, said the pens, burning my wick at both of the ends and turning my sick into butter for somebody's bread. Now he's dead, fucking disgusting. Domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction, Pony Charles Manson, domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, bars on Sanction, domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction, yeah. Gary, always at $2. AMA question at the top, or should that be a rant request? No, we can do that. I actually meant to answer that and I forgot because I got too into singing that Circle Takes the Square song. Is it obnoxious if I leave this playing while I talk? Does that sound like too shitty? I guess I need to go back to this where you are in the chat to find out. Beats being chewed up by the vocals and it's a bit off time. Okay, that qualifies as hellish to me, so we're gonna stop then. Because if I have to hear that when I listen to it back, I'll get mad. So it doesn't matter if y'all can accept it. I won't be able to if I have to hear it. Okay, Gary always says, are there any pre-drawn lines for you if you have God damn it, Gary. Are there any pre-drawn lines you have if it comes to separating art from artists, or is it always a case-by-case basis? Or even if it's not so dogmatic, is there any trait, past action, or behavior that an artist can have that you know for sure will affect your ability to enjoy the art so much that you can never go back to their work at all? So I'm going to say, first of all, I think I do not separate art from artist whatsoever. To me, they are inherently the same thing. Like, but I also do not come to art to show me how to, like, exclusively to show me how to be a great person. Some art I do, some of it I go to show me explicitly how to not be a great person. Like, not, not in the sense of, oh, I want to be more like that, but how to avoid the pratfalls, like there's plenty of movies that are showing you how to avoid, fucking up. So like, if the person who made it is themselves a fuck up, there's probably a good reason they're able to tell that story, so yeah, I'm not coming to the art for it to be from a good person. I'm coming to it to be from the person it's from, Now, if I really don't like the person and what the art says about that person, I'm just not going to be able to get into it. And like, there's plenty of stuff that I appreciate on the level of like recognizing the quality of it, but it just doesn't speak to me at all. As much of a hip hop fan as I am, I've always avoided a substantial number of the biggest artists because they're just so fucking misogynistic that it's unlistenable. Like, it's nothing but lyrics about mistreating women, and that's it. And so when I hear something like that, I'm like, well, I don't. This is not. What am I supposed to get out of this? Like, how am I supposed to feel about any of this? Like, so, I think it's all, your art is always going to come from who you are, and I guess when people talk about separating the art from the artist, what they mean most of the time is like, just because somebody has good traits doesn't mean that they're like, you shouldn't let the good things somebody says be infected by the bad things that they say. Like, and that's kind of like Ye's whole, Hitler had some good ideas thing. It's literally like a rhetorical device that he's just being extra about, but like, yeah, Hitler thought that breathing was good, It's just like everybody else does. Like, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But you got to get rid of the bathwater. You know, the bathwater cannot sit there and fester and infect your baby. But you got to make sure you pull the baby out before you toss the bathwater. You understand? I feel like every idiom lives in my head, and like I reference them all the time, and I take it so for granted that I expect everybody else to also just to think these things all the time, like the phrase literally "don't throw the baby out with the bathwater," or like two wrongs don't make a right, an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind. Like those things are just so obvious that it's shocking to me when I realize, no, you do have to keep repeating these idioms ad nauseum because some people are going to forget. You know, some people are not remembering that an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind, or that ignorance is bliss, or like, which is a very multifaceted idiom. It's not like, oh, I wish I was dumb because then I'd be happy. It's like, well, you probably get it. You're all old enough to understand, I hope. What the fuck is this? Arrivee? I am an arrivee to this video, aren't I? I hear nothing. Okay. It's the mimetic spread of the individual idioms. They're using you as a vector to remain in the public consciousness. I hope so. I guess I just thought that they would not need me, I didn't think I was going to have to be the one to keep propagating every basic idiom. But I guess that's my place. I have my own idiom. I make up idioms all the time. I post them on Blue Sky, I feel really good about talking over this song. I'm sure it doesn't sound good, though. Like, it feels nice to talk over, but it probably sounds like shit. What was the one I came up with just today? You must lead yourself to love. This is an idiom. My mom says it's the truth and you can't lead anyone else, which I think is kind of implied in you must lead yourself. But, that's why I'm the idioms writer. My favorite one is romance is finding a billion ways to say the same thing. That's my favorite idiom that I have come up with. And my dream is to hear people saying it with different words on accident. Like just somebody's one day going to quote to me, like, oh, they say that being in love is when you keep repeating yourself. And I'm going to be like, that's like definitely a version of the thing I did, I really checked up to make sure this idiom doesn't exist in any form too. Like it's somehow, despite the fact that romance is finding a billion ways to say the same thing, I found that one, and maybe somebody did sometime, but I think the word billion in particular is very postmodern.
Hi everyone, I'm Aika, a normal girl of average talent living an unspectacular life. I just moved to this quiet little town where nothing ever happens, and it's great. Man, why am I running? I'm not even late. Woo! Okay, we're back. Normal bed. My apologies.
It's chill, thanks.
My first class.
Follow me if you want.
Where was I in my narration? Oh yeah! I can't wait for a fresh start!
It's a little too slow for me.
Welcome to the Scooter Pitch Podcast. There are no winners, no prizes, but if you're lucky, you'll get robbed. This is the show where my members submit their story pitches to get roasted, and if anyone in the audience wants to steal the idea or make some tasteful fan art, we'll feature it on the next episode.
That's
we
a
encourage
great
that
idea.
because your idea...
I'm not going to steal the idea, but I might submit ideas to your idea. The wand. Oh boy.
Now where did I put my wand? It's gotta be around here somewhere.
You sure she said it was okay for you to borrow it?
Absolutely. I'll give it straight back to her right after I'm finished making my one true wish.
Oh, you sure this is a good idea? That wand is only to be used by professionals. Things could get messy if you're not careful with your words.
Don't sweat it, boo-boo old buddy. Almighty One.
Hey, guys.
The Rainbow Dash presents My Little Dashie. Harry Wayne lived his life like any normal monkey, one day at a time, experiencing one event after the next. Or maybe every event all at once, depending on how you think about it. But he just thinks he's experiencing one event at a time. Anyway, no time travel or anything for the most part, except for forwards, which is kind of too bad, because that would be fun. But fun is not something that Harry is really good at having. He's more good at being angry at the city and vigilant against its shortcomings. It's become a routine since the death of his parents that he spends each night traveling the streets, ridding it of the wrongs that caused those deaths in the first place. He spends a lot of time staring at a pretty supercomputer, mostly super because of sentimental reasons, and it's freaking bad for his eyes. And so his routine remained, until one day when hanging an innocent man on a light pole for a crime he could have committed but actually didn't, Harry Wayne spotted a box, and that box would change his life forever.
Who on earth leaves trash just laying around in the street? I swear people only think of themselves. Well, I guess it's up to me to deal with yet another one of the city's...
It's freaking Rainbow Dash. Not just Rainbow Dash, but Baby Rainbow Dash. The cutest, most potential-filled, most stark naked kind of Rainbow Dash there is. Harry's dried and crusty heart cannot help but melt into a crusty soup. She's so adorable.
Ooh. Now, who on earth would throw away a perfectly good magic pony?
Harry immediately does what just about anybody would do in this kind of situation. He stuffs me down his shirt and runs off. Now, contrary to what most ponies think, being a bat is very expensive. So even though Harry has paid off all the debts on his bat car, and his bat lube, and his bat pewter, that stuff costs millions, which was all of his inheritance, so he doesn't have money for a bat house. Just a normal house in a really bad part of town. So that's where he takes baby me. In fact, Harry Wayne actually has no real income at all, so everything except his bat stuff is pretty run down, and the bat car is going to be on cinder blocks until he can bum a few $100s off someone. As we enter the house, Harry stops to rub his little monkey fingers all over a picture of his parents.
Hello, Mom and Dad.
This is already syncing up weirdly.
Horrible Lord Wizard Spirakeet or something or other. So, when that awkwardness is over, he dumps little me on the floor and lets me get to exploring, in the assumption that I'll be pretty darn cute. Now, of course, this house is pretty cold, so the first thing I do is pee. It's kind of like the main thing that babies do. After that, he feeds me carrots, which I'm just old enough for, and it makes us instant friends. My parents would have flipped out if they'd known I'd gotten a whole carrot at this age. They'd be all like, eat your mushed. Alfalfa, it's good for you, but not Harry Wayne.
Well, I don't know what horses eat, but you're a magical horse, so I'm sure it'll work out. Oh, and by the way, the heater hasn't worked since my father died. You're gonna be so happy here.
And there I stayed for months. I learned to talk pretty quickly, but I never get to go outside, and I think it's seriously stunting my emotional growth because I just destroy everything in my youthful rebellion.
I forgot to fucking unmute myself. Shout out to James with Australian $15. I remember that you made an AMV album years ago, somewhere in 2018, 2020. I also remember one of your songs was set to footage of the third Matrix film. Do you know where that could be now? I do believe that it is blocked, but I'm going to see if we can watch it because I have access to it. Is this video still blocked? It is still blocked. Is it blocked because of this footage specifically? Is another good question. How the fuck do I fucking... the Animatrix video can't be monetized. What's the one blocking it from being seen? Can't be seen because of Devilman Crybaby. Okay. So we can still do the Matrix part then. Are there time codes on this fucker? Of course not. Why would anything sensible happen ever? All right, let's make this available again. This won't be the best audio, unfortunately, but maybe I'll just rap over it. I don't know. If I can remember the lyrics. Wait a minute, I can just look up the lyric.
Wake the fuck up! We're ready for war! Come on! We all ready for war! 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 We all ready for war!
Back in shot, pointed to stick back in, no fuck, cause it doesn't stick the fuck, burn that fuck, on the top of the bomb, and your gun stuck, got caught, choke them on, put the cough burn that fuck, on the top of the bomb, and your gun stuck, no pass amp, one of the lips is the same person, that's right, the game is the same, you look like kick that stay on, work that stay on, find that stay on, his mouth stay on, some to the state, yeah, hate government shit, I just want to hide the shit, not to go, so what the bitch, cross that shit, I'm American psycho, you lose 40 pounds from the chainsaw rifle, get it on, you don't want to have to tuck it, what a right for, how a bitch, I got under red, like an under red, from the front, suggest but if you just come up with me, I got hits the feet and I'll take the whole goddamn community. What can you do to me when I'm true to me? You got to get touched by your beauty. You can do me. And the worst from the inside, instead of your blind mind opening your third eye. Come on.
We all ready for war! We all ready for war! We all ready for war! Y'all ready for war? We all ready for war? Y'all get shot if you point to the stick of a block. Give no fuck, cause I know we all ready for war. This block, Molotov, and the bomb in your guts. Suck, choke them all, y'all count. Y'all get shot if you point to the stick of a block. Give no fuck, cause I know we all ready for war. This block, Molotov, and the bomb in your guts. Suck, choke them all, y'all count.
Nobody can make it, make it, oh fuck, I got the wrong part. Nobody can tell me nothing about you while I'm smoking rated hell on USA or burning bitches to his face. It proved to me that they really never said when they vote the bet in the note of and then to say half high open, positive, nonsense to the be life, but I ain't so son, you ain't got enough. You singing that, yeah. And then what you used to, kid? Afraid of the world, but it's all so big, haven't tried yet to see it ends. Never will, never will, never will. I know that you never will. Better be more than yourself. Better see the cards you're dealt as only the cards you're dealt. Ask for another, hit me, cause you're afraid to break 21. Life over when you hit 21. Shut up, step towards the sun. Surrender, cause they already won. You ain't nothing, you ain't nothing. Terrified you, think of something. You ain't nothing, you ain't nothing. Terrified you, think of something. Don't get shot if you're pointing a stick to the block. Give no fuck, cause it don't stick the bomb. Burn this block on the top of the bomb and you can't stop. So the can't get what? Hey. Burn this block on the top of the bomb and you can't stop. Above you, while I'm rated hell on USA, I'm burning bitches, no it's crazy. Nobody can tell me nothing above you, while I'm rated hell on USA, I'm burning bitches, no it's crazy. Yeah, that shit wildin'. I don't know what the fuck I was on. Yeah, I do. Weed. What else would it be? That was fun. It was fun to revisit. Sorry about how bad the audio probably was. But you're all still here. Nobody clicked away, so we're good. We can get back to My Little Tashi. And Midnight
Ash,
Vampire.
what are you doing up there?
I am playing.
Playing what? It's too noisy.
I am playing run. I'm running.
Well, no more
I'm playing run. I'm
You can
running.
play sit instead.
I hate sit.
Sit is a nice game. You love sit. Kids today don't have enough imagination. What are you gonna do with basic cable, the internet, or Xbox that you can't do?
I never eat because
Big girls don't cry, Dashy. Big girls don't cry. See? Hey, Dashy, look, I have a sugar cube. If you play sit, you'll get a sugar cube.
Oh. Okay. Yes. Gimme the cube.
Do you like sit?
Yes.
Do you like sit?
Yes, I like the cube.
Let me hear you say you like sit.
Okay, I love it. I love sit. Now give the sugar cube.
So precious. Now you be good. Daddy has to go to wizard school, and he'll be back for dinner. And whatever you do, don't go outside.
No rule can withstand Rainbow Dash.
Hey, Barbara, where you done get them nice shoes, girl? They match y'all's pink earrings.
Oh, hey, Sven. I done got these at the Rich Monkey
The
store where
amount
they sell
of
one underwear at a
parallelism
time.
between these is
Hello?
really freaking me out.
Hi, my name is Rainbow Dash. I'm breaking the rules. Don't tell anybody.
Oh my gosh. Is y'all a magical pony?
No, I think just regular.
Regular? But you're talking in blue. That's not regular. You've got to be magical.
Yeah, okay. That's awesome. I didn't know other ponies, so I couldn't compare.
My name is LaFonda. LaFonda de Laranda Bafanda. But y'all can call me LaFonda.
Oh
Okay,
God,
my
what
first
the
wish
fuck?
is to be a
Why
princess.
is
Oh, that's a good wish. I wish that too.
I thought you granted wishes.
you have like a racist black name?
I plan.
Let's just skip to the part that's funny.
It's alright, sweetheart. We'll do it the way. So I'll begin, and you just follow my lead.
Okay.
Ready? I think that you're rather unique. Perhaps there's something new. And if you like to oblige, I like to get to know you.
You seem
Fundamentally fun. I feel like being your friend. Let's see the big city life and find how well we blend.
You won't mind if I say I'm smitten by your smile. I hope you like all my jokes and that you'll stay for a while.
I get that your humor is grand, at least what I understand. It seems your passion rubs off. It's better than I planned.
It's the start of something too great. It's really much profound. I'm glad we ventured a chance. It's frankly hard to expound.
Do you think we both have a chance? Can we even get by? I know the odds are against.
We'll make it if we try. Your hair stops its feathery down. My eyes to look into such trust and vigor for life.
I am your pony waifu.
That makes my poor heart burst with glee. Please promise that it's true. That you will think to choose me.
I am your pony waifu.
That's. I have to admit, I've never felt this way about another living creature before.
You see, okay. Gary, are you still there? Because this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. Tubby Wubby Pony Waifu is an amazing song full of incredible lyrics. But when I heard that oddly racist name earlier, I was like, okay. This challenges me to what kind of person is the person who made this video and why they think this is funny or why they wrote these jokes. But I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It doesn't make this song not funny that joke was kind of sus. I just have to take it as both things. It can be both funny and sus, you know? I don't have to want to hang out with the guy who made this cartoon to think that this cartoon has some funny things in it. Fundamentally fun. I portmanteaued into fundamentally, which is one of my catchphrases.
I wanted to know that even though you're a horse, you felt something inside me that I never realized was missing.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, the whole thing. I've never been out of my house.
I don't think Gary is still there.
Like only the third monkey I've ever talked to. I don't know. I always feel anxious and happy, but out here in the fresh air, I feel like things are pretty neat.
Well, I hope you realize it's just the start of an awesome night. Professor me, you full-hearted dreams, the things you find your fun of. You'll make every wish, I think that I'm in love.
You know that I love you too. You feed me sugar cube. Can't say what more could I want. I am your pony waifu.
I'll be there for you every night.
And I will be there too. You are my very best friend, and I'm your pony waifu.
Dear, you are the light of my life.
I know that we'll get through.
You're everything that I need.
I am your pony waifu.
I predict the future for us.
We're gonna make it shine,
Because I know that I'm yours.
and I know you're mine.
I predict big things for us both, Rainbow.
Okay, that's all I wanted to show you. No one paid to see that. I just purely wanted to. Well, actually, somebody asked if I had seen Takena. And the reason I played this is that I've been playing my peak only playlist on the last few streams, but Midnight Vampire was one of the only things I had not actually played yet. So I took that as my signal that it was now time to play Midnight Vampire. I still haven't played the Speed or Lackadaisy stuff, but I have played those on previous streams before, so it's not like I've never shown them. But I think everything else in this playlist, although I just added a couple things. This channel has one of those aesthetics that really sucked me in. This video in particular.
I loved you with prophecy. The crows start to follow. Talk to Crow Mother.
Talk to Crow Mother. I love that design so much. You have to look with it.
I will save myself.
Yeah, that peak. What more can be said other than peak? That reminded me, though, of another channel that has a similar, I don't know, just gave me a similar vibe that I thought was the same, but I'm realizing it might not be. And I'm going to go find it because I know I shared it, but it's not in my peak only playlist. How long ago was was this? I don't remember, but it was not too fucking long ago for me to find it. If I keep scrolling back, I think I will. Maybe I am thinking of that video. I feel like I saw. No, this is the one.
I'm in love with feeling bass in my chest. I've been writing my dreams down for some time, but I thought it would be cool to consolidate them.
Spring 2024, I was in a school courtyard and I ran up to one of the upper level rooms and there was someone running around with a gun. Tried to get all the kids inside the room, turned and the shooter was there. All of a sudden, had a drill in my hands and drilled a nail into his palms, stacked on each other behind his back. That's pretty cool.
Cool to consolidate them. I would like to know more about my
Recurring themes or patterns in my dreams. Getting chased / hiding, but someone can see me. Stressors or pressures that are catching up to me. Overall sense of overwhelm. Uncomfortable truth I'm avoiding. Aspect of myself I'm hesitant to face. Fear of judgment, failure, making mistakes. Desire to escape. Craving privacy, space, and solitude. Sense of vulnerability. Protective of emotions, fearful of rejection, criticism, and others' opinion.
my own subconscious through my analysis of them, looking at what my mind looks like on a piece of paper.
God damn it.
My mind looks.
This one in particular is wild. Like all this. They're all awesome. This one, though, is fucking special, in my opinion.
Looks like on a piece of paper. I've been working on this digital piece.
That looks fucking awesome. That is so fucking cool. Put this in some kind of Shin Megami Tensei type game.
I want it to be very balanced. I had a dream that I took a shower with someone that I am not very fond of. I stepped out into this eerie Auburn scene, and next to the road there were these dead trees. Growing on them was glowing orange and green fluorescent coral, and I stopped to take a picture of it. I was smoking something. I was watching a video of someone smoking, and every time they inhaled, his beard would light up with these sparkly embers. They revolve around this idea of exposure and concealment, what I show to the world versus what I keep hidden. I really enjoy drawing the vivid images of them that I have in my head. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light.
I realized it looks like I'm just sort of resting my chin in my hand, but I'm actually like really grabbing my chin. Like I'm like viciously squeezing my chin to keep myself focused on the video.
But making the darkness conscious. Working automatically has given me a healthier mindset towards art, like a more honest relationship with it, letting my body make marks. It felt more like I was doodling as I was drawing.
This art rules. It's just really, really, really good. It's really fucking good. Shout out Melita. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Your art rules.
I was thinking of what other things it looked like, and I ended up drawing a lot of figures. Go about it in a more erratic manner. Relinquish all control.
Look at
Put
that.
something on the page with paint and come back to it.
Even just in the process of it, it is already very cool. It's like whatever this is going to be, it could stop here and it would already be very cool. And you know, I personally cannot fathom why it would need to continue. I'm sure it will, maybe just to fill out the page, but even as it is with the blank space is interesting. So it's sort of like almost, it gives me the sense that at least artistically, she like could not make something I wouldn't think was interesting, like, which is again, what I'm really looking for in an artist more than anything is a feeling of like, for some reason, no matter what you do, I'm going to look at that and go, wow, that's really cool. And I suspect it has something to do with like the way that our brains are wired, literally, like just something that it's just similar shapes, you know, like everyone's brain has a shape, and some brains have to be shaped more similarly than other ones, you know? So there is something in the shape of the way that this, I mean, she literally described her art as like drawing the shape of her brain. And when I look at it, I'm like, these are relatable shapes. And I don't think it's just because I have a brain at all, you know?
Another time and figure out what I'm seeing. Faces and eyes highlight all of those instances so that it's easier for me to look at when I do see it again. Exploring the uncomfortable feeling I get when I see a face that is not really a face. The whole time I've made art, I've been very interested in portraits, and it has manifested itself. I'm extremely sensitive to faces that don't really look like faces. Seeing faces in my environment, that's probably what I'm drawn to the most. This very eerie world where you don't know what's going on, similar to the things that I dream. This has been the longest year of my life, I think. I probably lived like 10 lives in 2024.
2024 was one of the shorter years of my life, I think. Well, I don't know. 2023 feels infinitely far away, but I know that it also was a much longer feeling year because it was just constantly shit happening. 2022 feels like ancient fucking history at this point. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there must be, again, I think 2024 was slower for me than 2023, but it was still one of the more loaded years comparatively, just because I have a tendency to load myself more. Like I can handle more, so I do more. So inevitably every year ends up feeling like more. And also what we're comparing it to is fucking, I'm somebody who was a hikikomori for a long time. So, you know, there was plenty of years I did not do fucking anything.
I'm getting much better at putting myself in uncomfortable situations for long-term growth instead of short-term gratification.
Recommended. Let's listen to that again. All of y'all should copy this.
We lived like 10 lives in 2024.
Take this as a statement to model your life around.
I'm getting much better at putting myself in uncomfortable situations for long-term growth instead of short-term gratification. I'm still not very good at it, but I'm getting better. I bought a mini commonplace book. I mean, I think I'm honestly going to scan this.
That looks fucking awesome. I'm definitely drawn to her pieces where there's like a hard division between the two sides, but also they flow into each other.
Modify the colors a little bit.
Okay, so that was the same artwork. It just was changed, I think.
one of my printmaking professors in college kind of kickstarted my interest in fully fulfilling my creative interests. I made this print for her, and
Okay.
she looked at me during crit in front of 25 people and was like, "You have a dark thread running through you."
The fuck?
That you need to expand through your art making. In my head, I was like, what do you mean? That's
Yeah.
a very cryptic thing to say.
That's like, I think what that person is really saying is, your work makes me face something dark that I don't want to face. So work through it and become a brighter person so I don't have to feel these dark feelings you've put me through. I would take it as a compliment personally, to the quality of my art, and simply regard that person as what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Undereducated.
To someone. I ate that shit up because I wanted to know which direction I was going with my explorations.
I just want to say also, I don't see a dark thread. Like, I mean, life is dark. I don't see a dark thread through her work in particular. I would by no means consider this a dark video or any of the art in it dark art, in the sense of like, oh, this makes me feel dark. It makes me feel the opposite. It makes me feel like, oh, things are good and okay. This has a
cyborg
dark
organism.
thread running through it.
And to be a cyborg is to have a body part that was not grown by your body. This is what form the majority of hermit crabs take, as opposed to this. And similarly, this is what form the majority of layer chickens take, as opposed to this. Both of these cyborg organisms include a component that was not produced by their own body. In one case, the shell, and in the other, the cage. Chicken plus battery cage cyborgs are terrestrial omnivores. They can also be described as sessile, which means that they don't move. A tree is another example of a sessile creature. The range of the high-density cage chicken hybrid roost organisms doesn't extend beyond human settlements. They anchor themselves close to food sources, such as feed hoppers, or conveyor belts filled with chicken feed, or this gross-looking rusty machine covered in spider webs.
Samantha. Yeah?
Where is my thread of consciousness?
It attaches right there.
Right there? But I don't know what that is. That's the one part of my field of view where I can't tell what it looks like.
Some creatures have exoskeletons, like butterflies. Others have endoskeletons, like you. That's what that feeling is.
That's what that feeling is.
There are some other creatures like this fucking weird thing, and it has neither an endo or an exoskeleton. Optimally compacted battery cage cyborgs have both an endoskeleton and an exoskeleton. Usually exoskeletons are made out of chitin, and usually hermit crabs use mollusk shells, which are mainly made out of the same thing as eggshells. Chain-linked pregnant bird exoskeleton hybrids are unusual because their exoskeletons are made out of steel or galvanized iron.
It's in the shape of
The largest rectangular bioprism creatures can be hundreds of meters long, making them longer than the tallest trees, which can be 115 meters tall. Elongated metallic egg birthing units exhibit clumping behavior, meaning they tend to cluster close to one another. Corrosion-resistant avian offspring stations can't really be considered pack hunters because they don't really coordinate with one another. The high-density fowl chassis produce vocalizations that emanate from locations all over their body. I'm a vocalization. The easy-to-install avian biostructures have no chrysalis or larval stage, and they don't metamorphosize. They don't have any juvenile stage. The lifespan of the chicken-themed pregnancy beam is undefined. The individual chickens may live around 6 years, and the cages 18. However, these two spans of time are independent. The chickens are replaced as they die, and the cages are as well. So the layer chicken biocage beast as a whole is deathless. Hydras are small freshwater animals, and they're able to replace any of their dying cells one at a time. They're another example of an infinite lifespan in nature. An octopus has an unusual nervous system because in addition to its central brain, each of its tentacles has a surprising amount of autonomy. So it's almost like each of the tentacles is its own,
highly esteemed and respectfully appreciated individual, and each one is integrated with the central brain. So they sit on a spectrum between being an individual and not being an individual.
Yeah. And if you follow that spectrum along until you get all the way to fully independent nervous systems, then that's where you find the high-capacity ovum weaver containment bricks. If an entire ant colony is thought of as one organism, then it can be seen as a second example of an organism that contains many fully independent nervous systems. When an ant colony is attacked, it's able to switch into a defensive mode. It can do this despite not having a hierarchical chain of command. Instead, each ant only communicates with its neighbors.
Complex coordination emerges.
The nervous system of an ant is made up of the interactions between its neurons, while the nervous system of the ant colony is made up of the interactions between the ants. This same category of interaction is found inside the fully optimized tech chicken enclosure. An example of this kind of interaction would be the interactions between the chickens. With ants, these kinds of interactions benefit the ant colony as a whole, but the fairly moderately honorable augmented omnivore containment tunnels, although they have these interactions within them, they don't appear to have any benefit on the organism as a whole. This applies to all three of these kinds of interactions. Chicken-chicken interactions, chicken-cage interactions, and cage-cage interactions. There are some animals like dolphins and sparrows that are able to sleep with one half of their brain while the other half stays conscious. This is called unihemispheric sleep. There's a bird called the common swift, and it's able to not land. It can stay airborne for months, and unihemispheric sleep is partially what makes that possible. Yeah?
But how do they eat?
In flight.
But how do they drink?
In flight.
But how do they mate?
In flight.
But how do they sleep? No, wait, you already said that. Okay, I guess that's it.
The technically lawful hen-infused obligate prismatoid aviaries don't have typical unihemispheric sleep because they don't have the standard central nervous system structure of having one brain with two hemispheres, but they do exhibit something similar. They're able to sleep with some of their brains, as other brains of theirs unfortunately stay conscious. Sentient, stackable, compact poultry wire mesh cuboid beings produce eggs, but egg predation is rampant. Only a very small percentage of the eggs produced by the modular humankind judgment harbinger ever end up actually hatching. In order to counteract this, the ethically neutral embryo dispenser organisms produce eggs at a very high rate. Certain bird species will lay more than one egg at a time, even though it may be very likely that there'll only be enough food for one of the hatchlings.
The hatchlings are dying. Samantha.
Yeah?
How do I cut my life mesh thread?
Scissors.
Okay.
The chicken component displays something similar. The male chicks have an extremely low survival rate. They're just not able to navigate to the safety of the cage like the nimble females. And so, the vast majority of them end up succumbing to the hazards in the environment.
When they fall into the hazard, does the thread of consciousness that connects us pull me in with them? Samantha.
Yeah?
Can I borrow your scissors?
Sure.
Thanks.
I speak mainly through subtext, but I have this clone who just directly says what he means. So I'm going to have him do the next part of the presentation, just in case that kind of direct communication is helpful. He's currently stuck upside down on an overhead conveyor, and the conveyor's rails have detached from the structural mounts. Okay, here he comes now. Hi.
Hi.
In order to replace the hens that die in the cages, the factory farm has to hatch new chickens. So half the hatchlings will be female, and they'll get sent to go live the rest of their life in a cage. And the males can't lay eggs, so what happens to them? You'd think they would raise them for meat, but actually the factory farming industry, it has a different breed of chicken they use for that. These chickens are one of those breeds. They're called broilers, and chickens that are raised for eggs are called layers. Okay, so then what happens to the layer chicken male chicks? I'm not going to show you anything actually entering this machine, but this is what it looks like before any of the chicks arrive. But I still think it's worse to be born a female layer chicken than a male, because the males have to experience one really gruesome instance of suffering, whereas the females have to suffer their entire life. And the other thing is that it's not 10 chickens or 100 or 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. It's billions. What would the volume of the human skull need to be for someone to feel a proportional amount of existential terror or whatever somebody is supposed to feel?
Yeah, what am I supposed to feel?
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay. Sea squirts are aquatic animals. As adults, they're permanently anchored in place, but they spend the first stage of their life as a free-swimming creature, like a tadpole. In this stage, they swim around, looking for a surface they'd like to glue themselves to for the rest of their life. It's all good. So once the sea squirts become attached, they'll begin to metamorphosize. And this metamorphosis will,
Dissolve their brain.
Right. And what replaces it is a less centralized, simple nervous system. This may give us a clue as to what brains are for.
Yeah, what are brains for?
One idea is that the purpose of the brain is to protect the inner surface of the skull. Yeah?
From what?
From what's that called? From attacks that come from the center of the head. An alternative idea is that all they're for is switching the muscles of the body on and off. Usually once movement is not useful, having a brain is not useful. Sometimes it's better to not have a brain.
Yeah, I'm
Sea
just
sponges
helping
also
Bird get
don't
ready
move,
for
and they know
helping Bird get ready for work. I always give him coffee and get his uniform together. He's not happy that I didn't come to bed, but I was like, I gotta stream all night. I'll stream the whole time you're at work. I'll stream all goddamn day. I'm a master streamer. I did start screaming about how I was a master streamer, and by screaming I mean in a high-pitched baby voice while throwing my arms in the air. Okay, more of this.
not only don't have a brain, but they don't have any nerve cells at all. Yeah?
I don't get it. So sea sponges don't move and don't have a brain, but the amniote jam-packed long box also doesn't move, but they do have a brain? And multiple brains? Why do they have brains if they don't move?
Well, I'm sure they had a good reason. Wouldn't they?
I see.
Millions of years ago, there were populations of birds in North America that flew to many different parts of the world. One group eventually made their way to New Zealand, where slowly over time they lost their ability to fly and became the modern kiwi. Kiwis actually still do have their wings, even though they serve no purpose. I'm a kiwi wing, kiwi wing, kiwi wing. When an ancestrally useful body part evolves into a non-functional remnant, it's referred to as vestigial. Existentially excusable, calcified hen expulsion menageries are chock full of vestigial structures. Wings, feathers, claws, ears, pain receptors. In contrast, the many beaks that are present throughout the automated horizontal hen biotower are used regularly. But despite this, the beaks are usually found to be truncated. It's almost as though selective pressures are phasing them out. Scientists are confused. Samantha, I made you something.
Wow, that's cool. Here, you can have this. It's a stuffed animal.
Oh, cool. It's my favorite animal. Fleshy. Samantha, you made that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, where was I? Oh, the most vestigial organs of the human S-risk foreshadow critter are almost unanimously considered to be the brains. Scientists who study the innovative, flightless, apocalyptic livestock solutions use the following metaphorical scenario to illustrate the lack of an evolutionary explanation. Imagine a factory filled with machinery. Now imagine living brains randomly embedded throughout the machinery, where they serve no function, but nonetheless possess a conscious awareness of their own existence. Thank you for listening to my presentation. All right, that's the end of the art. That was art, right? Well, whatever it was, it's over now. So thank you for watching. I'll leave you with this video where me and a friend got word that there was a caged chicken hybrid out in the snow. So we went out searching for it. And this second video shows some time lapses from when I was creating the animation. And I could potentially make some videos where I, maybe have a commentary of how I created the animation. And I could put that on my Patreon. I also have an unreleased video I should add to the Patreon. It's about this one time where I made a triangle that may or may not be conscious. And if I were to get enough patrons, I could start making these kinds of videos full time. So I'd be able to make things a lot faster. And I'll also show you this video. It has this collection of 27 different items. And they have names like exploratory research into unknown risks, or shrimp slaughter intervention, or nanotech safety mega project. And what they all are ways to make the world better. And they're all here to be compared to one another. Is it possible that some of them are literally thousands of times more effective than others? But to compare them is difficult though, because, for example, this one saves human lives. This one alleviates poverty. This one reduces chicken suffering. So if they all have these completely different positive impacts, then how do you compare them? What this research did was it converted all of their different impacts into the same unit. And the unit they chose was one human life. And obviously trying to convert between different things like this, it's going to involve a lot of rough estimations. So it's not going to be perfect. But on the other hand, people are, dying. So it's better than nothing. So let's choose one of these to see how it compares to the others. Let's go with a US government global health and development intervention. So for this one, to have a positive impact that's equal to the value of one human life, it would cost around $100,000. Let's compare that with this, which is where people try to make it so that chickens aren't kept in such small cages. With this one, imagine deleting enough chicken suffering so that the value of deleting that much suffering from the universe is equal to the value of one human life. In this equation, it's supposed to already be taking into account the likely differences between human and chicken consciousness. So even though we're dealing with one human lifespan on this side of the equation, on the other side, it may involve several hundred years of the subjective experience of being a chicken who is suffering, and then asking how much will it cost to delete that much suffering. The last one was $100,000 to equal the value of one human life. Do you think this chicken one will also be $100,000? It ends up being around $100. So I could delete a lifetime of suffering from the universe for $100. If I were to do that, maybe a cherub would float down on the song of an angel, pat me on the head, and tell me that I did all right. I bet that's what'll happen. So apparently, the first thing we'll have to do if I want to delete a lifetime of suffering from the universe for $100 is find an extremely cost-effective organization. And I know a website that reviews these kinds of organizations exactly for this reason. So I'm going to go there now. Here it is. They made a list of the most cost-effective animal charities. And if I scroll down to this one, it mentions ending the use of battery cages. So I'm going to click on that one. Then I'll click on the left. In order to delete one lifetime's worth of suffering, I'll set this to $112. Agreeing to terms, clicking continue, filling out the address, clicking continue, clicking credit card, entering the number. This doesn't apply, so I'll click skip. Okay, all that's left is to click one more time. But I haven't clicked yet. So does that mean that out there somewhere in the future, there's this lifetime's worth of suffering, and the difference between it eventually coming into existence and never having existed is pressure applied to this piece of plastic. If conscious instances of suffering themselves could wish to have never existed, then this is what it would feel like to grant that wish. Maybe they did wish, and their wish traveled back in time to this moment and caused this to happen.
I like the way that guy thinks. I just do another pot of water on the boil so we could have a little more coffee. Birds in the shower. And so I'm going to play another video, but not as long. I guess we should return to peak only, right? And just play something not quite so lengthy.
I'm heading out. We'll be back in a few. Should wake up soon too. Alright, see you then. Anything else? No, see you later. When we learn to use stairs, Cozy? I just couldn't wait and didn't want to be seen. Your dad was in the store nearby. He's probably buying me a gift I will never use. Well, I'm glad you're here though. You are still stuck with this?
Yeah, I can't move past this part for 2 weeks now, and I gotta present it tomorrow.
Can you show me who can teach me how to balance school and an emotional unavailable family?
I just feel I won't ever finish this damn thing. Right now, I only want a hug from someone.
Would you please like to? Cozy, no, use the stairs. What?
this marble. Twin sixes. You can fit a goddamn circus in there.
You're not keeping it?
I wish. This one's for your Uncle Atlas's stable. We'll take the train back.
Oh.
You like the train.
I like when it's just you and me.
Victor, back from the hinterlands. Killer Joe. Hey, Heartstopper.
Ruby Pepper. What happened to New Year's?
I know. It's Effie. She's, we'll talk later. Atlas. Now take a look at this prize. You can get her up to 70 health.
Oh, it's you. Joe,
Mordecai.
you're the bookkeeper for the cafe?
Yes.
What happened to you?
No,
Did you hurt
that's none
yourself?
of your concern.
Is it broken? Can I see it?
You are entirely too close.
What do you need the gun for if you're just adding numbers?
I subtract numbers too.
What does that mean?
Oh no, it's precocious.
Ivy, hon, I'm heading by the cafe. You want to come have a soda pop?
Huh? Maybe later. I'm talking to this guy. What you doing?
Work.
What kind of work?
Car work.
Looks real solid. Good job. Why are you all so clammed up? None of you talk. Like Mordecai with that busted arm. It's suspicious.
He fell down some stairs. He is a little, stupid.
Stupid?
We told him not to roller skate in the house.
He roller skates?
Not very well.
Did you lose your eye in the war?
No. Bad time with ice cream scoop.
No.
It's malfunctioned.
You're a bad liar. Really bad. I could teach you.
How to ice cream scoop?
No, how to lie. Your jokes are bad too. Want to hear a good joke? There was a boy who ran to his mom shouting, "Mama, there's a couple of holes in my pants."
No, you have to go. It's dangerous here.
What's dangerous?
Sharp, heavy things. Tools. Go!
There were no bodies harmed in the making of this transaction because I dealt with a bunch of no bodies.
Boys, over here where the light's good. Miss Ivy, sweetheart, you stand right in front here. Victor, come on.
You're robbers or gangsters or something? Well, I won't rat on ya. If you give me a quarter.
Now who is gangster?
Wait, what is that? What are you doing?
I take your bishop.
I mean your strategy. What strategy are you playing? The Pelagati attack? The Archheiser-Meyer counter gambit? Der Hammerschlag? The Zugzwang zigzag? The poached penguin? The drunken Tartakower? Some half-cocked variation of the dizzy whippet defense? Checkers?
Victor takes your bishop.
Where'd you learn to play? In a cave?
In a trench.
Right, in the dirt. That explains everything. There it is. The Victor offensive. I wonder why the ballistic aspect of this game was never formalized.
Why? Well, for the noblest reasons. First-hand edification, science, analysis, to see what would happen.
You've dislocated both of your arms!
In the spirit of... Would you? In the spirit of discovery! Old Man River. That seems far too austere a name for something made of mirth and rage. Oh, roiling red blood river vein, if chief among your traits is age, you're a wily, convoluted sage. Is old the thing to call what rings the vernal heart of Westerlore? Brings us brassy, myth-made kings. And preponderant.
We're not doing the whole 30-minute episode. I'll be back before too long. I've fucking mostly exhausted this playlist of things I can actually play. I didn't play this one. I don't think.
Hey guys, Subpar Geek Girl 96 here, reporting to you from the annual Subpar Corporate Convention here at the Gruber Hotel in Niagara Falls. I'm so excited, I can't believe I'm back here yet again. So, I've got my guest badge, my Sub Life t-shirt, which I designed myself and of course is available for purchase on my store, hint hint. I've got my convention brochure, which has all kinds of fun information. It's got a map and a schedule and some incredible Subpar trivia, which we'll get to in part 2. But for now, I just want to explore the convention and see what's going on. Come on, let's check it out. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to be in here. This area is supposed to be for professionals only, but I found a way in. So this is the pool, and if you look inside, you can see the famous Subpar sirens, legendary feminist icons of Subpar. Ugh, I love them. They're so cool and inspiring. And right now, they seem to be having some fun in the pool, splashing around. just cooling off after their big show earlier. I wasn't allowed to film in there, but I did. I had to be sneaky and shoot it on my phone, so the sound isn't great, but you get the idea. So I'm gonna show you what that was like.
Put your hands together for Subpar CEO Jimothy Parr and the Subpar Siren!
Yes! The crowd was extremely into it, as always. I mean, who doesn't love the Subpar Sirens? After the Sirens played, we got some very exciting info from Subpar CEO Jimothy Parr on upcoming developments with Subpar, and I know some people don't want to get spoiled, so spoilers!
Good afternoon. I
Jimothy Parr,
know we're
amazing.
all excited about revealing this year's new sandwiches,
Yes.
so let's get right down to business. First off, let's welcome back the spicy buffalo grilled chicken sub
No
with
way!
some small tweaks.
Oh my god.
With the return of the spicy buffalo grilled chicken sub, we're getting back to our roots.
Yes, yes,
And with a few upgrades, thank you.
finally!
And with a few upgrades,
Yes!
good.
Back in the lobby a little later, I ran into two more legends of Subpar. Well, actually, a whole bunch of them. It was Sublo the Hungry Submarine and Tangy Mustard the Sandwich Parrot, the two iconic beloved characters who are, of course, the mascots for Subpar. There was a large variety of Sublos and Tangy Mustards, and honestly, it was kind of overwhelming. I didn't know where to start, so I just picked two of them who didn't look busy. I'm here at the Subpar convention talking to a Sublo and Tangy Mustard pair. How are you guys liking the con so far? What's the best thing you've seen so far?
Sirens.
Are you guys going to the Subpar prom later today?
Only if the sirens show up.
Wow, that was really one of the high points of the whole convention for me. After that, I went to the hotel restaurant, which, of course, was serving exclusively Subpar sandwiches for the entire length of the con. So I got a foot-long ham and cheese sub, which was delicious, and I would rate a 10 out of 10 tangy mustards. And that's about it for day 1. Look for my report on day 2 coming soon.
But unappreciation of ugliness is necessary to magnify the person. The beauty and the ugliness are not opposites, but different aspects of the same thing. Tetsuya Man by Shinetsuki Moko is a 60mm delirium of industrial body horror. The fast-paced editing and the stop-motion animation help create a fever dream of metal fetishism and mega violence that is reminiscent of 80s mecha anime. This techno-industrial madness owes a lot to the post-humanist subversions of Akira. Otomo's allegorical approach characterizes the monstrosity in Tetsuya. His metamorphosis into a post-human creature is shown as a way to subvert what we take as most precious, the private, internal space of the flesh, our identities. In 964, Pinocchio has
Then at the tail end of the week, a Jewish Canadian rapper publicly mocks a black woman from Texas for no reason, who was allegedly shot by another Canadian rapper, and half our community chalks it up to bars and rap beef. I mean, think about this. There's no discussion about whether the song should be taken off the album or whether Drake should donate $500,000 to a black women's organization. There's no discussion about whether black media or hip-hop media will cease covering Drake until he apologizes. This is the lowest hanging fruit possible, actually. The lowest hanging fruit possible. If we can't check this, then what are we even talking about? I don't have the answer to these questions.
Hey kid, would you like some drugs? The first one is free. Want to check out my van? I got some candy. Hey kid, want to join our gang and spray paint under a bridge?
No, fuck off, man. I'm going roller skating. getting all the mess. I say no, Creeper. I say yes, Creeper.
Man, this part of the kingdom is really putting us out of business.
You said it, man. This feels good. But you know what? Maybe we should give up this fight for crime and start robbing.
I love that sketch. How's it going, y'all? Who's still around? I can't believe there's still 18 viewers. I've been gone for like 45 minutes. The bird has flown the coop. I changed my shirt because I impatiently and rapidly grasped an ice tray from the freezer, forgetting that I had just poured water into it, and thus getting water all over my shirt. I'll give you time to adjust to the reality of me being here as I play this schizo media. I did, in fact, not only did I turn off the water, I've got coffee.
How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
Y'all ever seen this clip before? This clip up here. I realize there's a lot going on in this. Try to focus on this man.
May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
Offhand, I can't.
Whose idea was it that you come here?
A psychiatrist.
And what happened that ended up with your being here in the hospital?
The psychiatrist decided that this was the situation for me.
Did he tell you why?
No, the psychiatrist did not.
Has anybody told you why?
No.
Have you any idea why?
Yes.
And what is that?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them.
And in what way are you different?
I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do. And this influences my thinking and consequently my actions.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
Oh shit! I got a request.
How is it that playing the piano for
Well, this was
people
only
has
like 10 minutes
eventually
ago.
resulted in your being here in the hospital?
All right, how do I open this?
I sit differently when I play the piano, and when I'm away from the piano, I occasionally look differently from other people. And this has caused dislike from people.
They dislike you because you sit differently at the piano?
Yes.
What way do you sit at the piano that people would dislike you?
I cannot describe an illustration of how I
And I can't imagine it.
Whoever requested this, are you still there?
How do you know they dislike you?
My father does, and and dark dreams too, because of the way I appear in relationship to the way I sit at the piano and occasionally stand when I am away from the piano because of the way I sit at the piano.
How do you stand when you're away from the piano that they dislike you?
This clip is I think you can find this literally just by typing schizophrenic into YouTube. We'll go schizophrenic interview. This interview with a catatonic schizophrenic. It's got 27 million views. It's
you don't.
But yeah, they're just talking to the guy, and you know,
I can't describe.
Obviously, the music was added by me. It's this Hiroyuki Namba song.
An illustration.
Does it feel to you any different from the way other people stand?
Yes, it feels different.
In what way?
This is becoming too involved to describe.
Would I be right in assuming then that you don't feel that you belong in the hospital, but that other people did feel that?
As soon as I express the belief that I do not belong in this hospital, which is a mental hospital, then those who dislike me want to find a worse place for me.
Not sure I understand. Could you make that clearer for me?
No.
No. That's my favorite moment in this interview. I don't understand. Could you make that clearer for me? Thinks about it for a long time. No.
Is this a way of...
Yes, I can.
And then he says, yes, I can. Because he's decided, actually, wait. Immediately, now that I've said no, I've realized I can describe it for you.
As soon as I express the belief that I do not belong in this mental hospital, then those who dislike me want to find a hospital where the living conditions are not as good as this.
It goes like this. A man finds an apartment unit sealed with red tapes on his way back home.
I took these photos.
Attracted by its odd energy, he decides to take the
In
tapes
Corbin.
off and have a look inside. The place is dark, hollow, and cold. He carefully walks around, examining the empty space surrounding him until he reaches a dead end with red markings all over and a couch in front. Something feels off. He's too far in, a vulnerable state. What if there's something behind him? As we hold our...
Like 10 minutes ago or so, I got a donation on Venmo to play this Into Ekans Zone animation. And I'm not sure if the person who sent it, A, wants their name to be spoken, or B, is still here. Or even was in chat in the first place, or if they just sent this for me to watch regardlessly. But we're just going to go ahead and do it. And hopefully somebody will send it to them or something if they're not here. Hello, Lapusha. Good morning. Or afternoon, whatever time of day it is for you. I guess it's probably like 5 or 6 o'clock for you, actually, in the afternoon.
Oh, hey, what's up? You know what today is, right? Well, it's my birthday, little bro.
The indifference, though. Jesus
You know, the whole
Christ.
family's coming down from the city, and we're throwing a little bit of a party.
I can't even like imagine having to call up one of my brothers to inform them that it's my birthday, and B, for their reaction to be like, this is I would be like, all right, fuck you then. Like, hang up the phone, like it's done.
And well, Mom, she's cooking an awesome steak dinner. Uncle George is bringing the plastic utensils and cups, and
you think this fucking couch potato chip man cares about a nice steak?
I'm preparing the cake. What kind of cake?
Yeah, exactly. What kind of cake?
Chocolate. Listen, it would be really nice if you came. I know you're out on your own now, and you must be under a lot of pressure, but please show up. It'd mean the world to Mom and I. So chocolate cake, huh? You know what? Forget it. Clearly you're too inconsiderate and self-absorbed to care about your own brother's birthday. We'll have the party without you. It's time you took a real introspective look at the decisions you've made in life.
He ain't gonna do that. Why would he?
See ya.
What is the incentive for that guy? You would like him to do that so that you would have not such a piece of shit brother. But what's the incentive for him to be not such a piece of shit? I guess being out of potato chips.
Hello? Hey, dude, do you want to come over and, eat chips?
The Rush poster. I love the way that Rush is drawn in this poster. Do you want to come over and, eat chips? I was so distracted by the Rush poster, I hadn't processed what he fucking actually said. Do you want to come over and, eat chips?
What kind of chips? Salt and vinegar? Here you go,
He
buddy.
just appears there.
Jim, these are sour cream and onion. Yeah. Jim.
What a slimy son of a bitch.
You said on the phone you had salt and vinegar. Sorry, dude. Must have got them mixed up. What do you mean you got them mixed up, Jim?
Oh my god, this guy. He's about to go full Drake. Did YouTube take your money? What do you mean, Lapusha? What do you mean by did YouTube take my money away from me? I mean, they're always taking my money. Every time somebody leaves me a super chat, they take a little bit of it. Y'all ever see that clip of Drake as a teenager whining to his mom about the not getting him the right sub sandwich?
Just
Where's my sandwich? I'm so hungry.
I didn't buy you that sandwich.
Why?
Because I bought chicken salad. I'll make you a sandwich. I bought some other things.
Why couldn't you just got me that sandwich?
Because the lineup was incredible.
What's this?
It's a grape sandwich.
So great.
Well, give me a chance. Here, well, maybe you can help me then. Aubrey, let's do it, baby. Okay. Do you want to give me a hand? Put the food out, and I'll bring the
Look at how fucking hard of a time this man is having with the fact that his mom did not bring him the sandwich he wanted on like a documentary about their home life.
Well, then you go and get the plates.
And consider like they're clearly rich and living in like a mansion.
Come, let's do it.
I'm tired.
Bro, he is going to cry. He is about to go to his room and be upset for like several hours.
Well, I'm more tired than you.
So what's up? You didn't get your sandwich.
No.
Now he's trying, now that he remembers he's on camera because that guy said something, he's trying to like act cool about it because he realizes he's being a fucking embarrassment.
Talk about it?
No. Get out of here. I didn't get my sandwich.
I was looking forward to a nice tuna sandwich on a bagel.
And look, it's not even that I don't understand what he's feeling. Like, if you don't get the sandwich you really wanted and your heart was in that, like, it's a disappointment. But he is crashing out.
I clearly said, hey, can you please get me a tuna sandwich?
Oh, I thought you were kidding because you don't.
Oh, yeah, because
you don't.
I definitely pull a joking about a tuna sandwich that I wanted.
You like chicken salad.
I'm just a regular comedian over here. Get me a tuna sandwich. Just joking.
You understand why Kendrick said that he thinks people like this should die?
The tuna sandwich joke
Yeah.
calls for it every time.
That's why Kendrick said, I think men like him should die.
Jim, one is clearly labeled differently from the other.
Well, you know, they're basically.
Jim, don't even say they're basically the same because they're not.
Come on, man, chill.
Chill? God, Jim, all you do is chill. What do you do? You sit around in your rancid ass apartment all day eating fucking chips.
Isn't that what you do?
Yeah, well, I know what sour cream is. You know what? I got somewhere to be. I can't do this right now.
You can't eat
Oh, you
chips?
do?
Taxi.
Where do you guys?
All right.
How can you afford a taxi?
Fun.
You love it. It just says you love it with just flashing yellow and red lights. That's fucking hilarious.
I mean, I do
That's like an Idiocracy level satire, just like one joke there. That's very fucking funny.
generally consider myself a good person. You know, I just Okay, well, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what that means for me. What do I do with that? That means nothing to me. All right, bye, Mom.
Oh, and what?
I do be hitting people with that. I do be hitting like that. That wasn't a response. I don't know what you're trying to say. Please communicate with more words.
One more thing, honey. Could you tell Aunt Joanne I give her my regards?
Yes, Mom. I'll tell Joanne you give her your regards.
And good luck with the new family. You have a daughter now. That's very important.
Yep, real important. All right, bye, 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 bye. So long. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Jeez. Louise. Am I too late? Yeah, you're too late. Oh, God, listen, I'm really sorry. Don't be. It was awful. Can't stay quiet for 5 goddamn seconds, and Aunt Susie made this terrible lasagna. Did it taste bad? Oh, no, it tasted great. Oh, okay,
yep.
I see. But I should have been there anyway, for you and stuff.
Yeah, whatever. Frankly, it's plain irresponsible to screw up lasagna that bad.
Did Dad tell the story about the vending machine again? All that man thinks about is candy.
They did it. He saved his soul. Imagine if Drake had a moment like that. You know what? I don't need to be gambling in a club that I bought out to sit by myself. Y'all seen that clip? Hold on, just in case. Oh boy. This is like the most. Seeing this clip made me want a Drake biopic. Because this will be the low point visual moment of the Drake biopic. Like, bro, this is a cinematic level of like human emptiness. The man is dressed in a giant robe, sitting on a couch in an empty nightclub by himself, gambling on a Jumbotron to Sabrina Carpenter. Like, did he do this as a cry for help, or Did he just not think anybody was gonna know, like, or ever see this? Like, did he think it was a cool look? Did he want people to see that? Whew. All right, I got to pee, so I'm going to play the rest of this little short. I took these photos up until when you start seeing painted art. That's not mine.
Breath in, an ominous piece of music enters the scene. And we see a woman standing still, barely visible. Of course, you might say, but what's interesting is that this woman is framed as a part of the background. She walks, and she walks like this. There are no jump scares, no jump cuts, and no over-dramatization. It's locked in, quiet, and truthful. It shouldn't scare us, or should it? That creepiness when we encounter an entity that is almost, but not quite, human. So again, instead of a teleportation, she walks in slow motion. The horror augmented by its inhuman gestures, flowing like water, but in the form of a person. When we see the ghost's pale hands over the couch, we accept that there is no hope, no running away. It reveals its blank face, the same way it stood, the same way it walked, as the man screams in terror. A ghost.
Hey.
That's the only way I can get out. All right, just walk. All the way right home. I'm even tired of now. Okay, I'm gonna go over there and sit on the bench. I'll stop. What's really going on? It's snowing out right now.
Hello.
Narcissists are addicted to being famous. This is by far.
This
a
era is
predominant
over
drive.
soon, I
This way,
swear.
the narcissist
Schizophrenia
feels
is
alive.
so
To the
in right
narcissist,
now.
there
It's
is
the
no
latest
such thing as
fashion
being
trend.
published.
And if you're not
What
thoughtlessly
matters is to be
appropriating
in the
its
public
aesthetic
eye
in order to
and in the limelight.
extremely ironically
Likes,
sort out your
they
own
love to be
internal
feared
identity,
as to be
then you
loved.
are missing. But schizos come in all different shapes and sizes, and being able to differentiate between them is key to looking cool and fitting in.
We gays are notorious for thirsting over guys who really just.
I'm going to forget that I put James Somerton in this.
Your queer wouldn't get a chance to find his victim.
They show the text of Kanye West, personal trainer. If you don't get in line, we're going to put you forcibly into the insane asylum and give you all these pills. It's like a conspiracy. But the real conspiracy is that Lizzo is personal trainer. Am I crazy? How does this guy get any work after that? Like, am I crazy if your friend's like, I got the perfect personal trainer? Well, he does Lizzo. You go, okay, anyone else? Like, obviously, right? It's like you're just at Wendy's, you eat your meal, and you go, when do we start? He goes, you just did. Like,
I'm monitoring
half the country really loves gay people, and half the country really loves chicks.
and people will consume these
Half of
stories
Americans like, I
year
wish I was gay. I want my kids to be gay.
stories that shock, stories that are deliberately made to blur the boundaries between
Friends for America.
you.
I don't think I know this, but a lot of the gay clubs in New York don't let veterans into the club just because they have a dress code. And a whole mess, which is typical. But
This slide saying white male. I've read this like 5 or 6 times. Depicting one of the things that makes me sound how genuine is that? How genuine is any of this? You can never really know. Whether that's a YouTuber you follow, the person sitting next to you, or a strange man in a TV show. Every person has their own universe. That's a universe we will only ever get. There's always going to be the part is attempting to navigate, covering through it, and if I can play, that's what we can often see do. Instagram story. Goodbye. You can never really understand human connection is not something. Unfortunately, Filipinos communicate with white people. It's messy, painful. Just singing white people slave songs. It goes wrong. Never made it as a wise man.
Your Easter time will be up already.
To define madness is to claim that one comprehends the very nature beneath its form.
We don't need to
takes over its need not go. No, that it's more descent. Madness is the sundering idea the extreme moves herself from human interaction with cold disdain.
All right, Gary.
She's emotionless.
What's the question?
With no presence of empathy or any comforting behavior. All the while, her sexual deviancy has reached such an astonishing level of repression that her coldness is all that could conceivably exist, so that this fantasy remains at bay from the real world.
Sure, whoever you are, let's do your version. Is this what you wanted? Sweet berries ready for two ghosts are no different than you. Ghosts are now waiting for you. Sweet berries ready for two ghosts are no different than you. Ghosts are now waiting for you. Dreaming tonight. Dreaming all night. Where we fly, when we go, do we die? Okay, the question was actually not that. Did you ever take the ladder out of the pool in The Sims to kill people? I have never played The Sims. I've never played Grand Theft Auto or The Sims in my entire life because I take everything more seriously than anyone else on planet Earth to such an extreme extent that I have to constantly pretend I'm not taking it nearly as seriously as I am. And so I'm the type of person who will play a video game. Well, like for instance, I played Undertale Pacifist Run and no other way. I played Mass Effect Paragon Run and no other way. I do not run around killing NPCs except for in God of War because you are Kratos in that game. You're not you. You have to just be Kratos. And you know Kratos will just tear his way through civilians to get to that experience points. But like my favorite video game of last year has no combat in it. I mean, we'll listen to Bomber Girl talk about it for a bit. Well, this video is kind of long. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm amazed how many more views this video's gotten since me promoting this channel on stream like last night. So thank you to everyone. You doubled the views on this. I think it is the channel trailer for the channel as well, but hello, my queers and kumquats. I hope you're feeling comfy. It's Vera Bradley, the bomber girl. Yeah, okay, so this was going to be called Comfy Queer Gaming, and then I found out that there's a whole tag meta around the word cozy that I had not been aware of. So immediately, not only did they seem intentionally androgynous, but it's ready to that you can immediately tell what gender that person is. Character design. Okay. I want more like to show what this game is than to actually you could break up the pacing. Forget that. Let's just go to the actual playthrough. I'm not really looking for me talking about the game. Why did I think this was only 6 hours? This was 12 hours. A witch? What do you mean? Perfect. Is that bad? Is he awake? A witch? What do you mean? I swear. He is awake. Oh my god. Papa, are you okay? Oh, sweetheart, you scared me. That's my line. What were you thinking, going through the desert on foot? Saj is right. If you burn up in the desert, we'll have even more problems. What do you mean? We will soon have no more plants to grow. Yucca, you don't have to be so dramatic. You're going to scare Saj. Dad, if this... I don't think that's how you pronounce her name. Their name, I don't remember. Saj just actually has a specified gender in this game. No, wait, she just said her. So yeah, never mind. Saj just her, I think. Right? She did say that. This game has a lot of trans characters in it. Yeah, this is incredibly satisfying. Like, this is the part of the game I could just stare at. And the music's fantastic. But basically, you just drive around in this island and like shit and what is here. Solve problems and once and for all. Defeat capitalism, at least on this planet. It's sick. It's cool. It's very good.
I just had this playing for a bit while I was watching a voice training tutorial.
I have a lot to overcome. Because I like hearing my own voice, but it's not my voice is like triggering. I was just like not able to handle hearing a voice that is my voice, but not my voice. I was not prepared for it. Did y'all know that fucking Best Guy Ever did a Kingdom Hearts 102 lecture today? This just happened out of the fucking... I didn't know this was... I mean, probably some people probably knew this was happening if they're like keeping up with it, but like I had no idea. I was just like, holy shit! They just brought lectures back. Well done. And Victor filmed it. So I probably should have known that it happened at some point, but you know.
Great. Welcome all. Yes.
I know.
Great
I know you can see him. There you go.
Best guy ever. It's me.
You can't. Can you see his face? I don't know who any of these guys are. I assume these are Nate's IRL friends, but that is clearly Vic and his tripod that he filmed all the lectures with. So I don't know when the fuck they did this. I mean, he's probably been editing it for like a year or something. So it's very possible that they did this like a while ago, you know? In fact, it's possible that I knew that they did it and it was so long ago that I forgot. Who knows? They know. So that answers that question. Everybody I follow has been talking about this fucking Drake lawsuit situation because Drake tried to sue UMG over getting dissed by Kendrick Lamar and saying that it's like a conflict of interest to promote a diss song against one of their own artists. And basically the resounding response from every sane person has been, this is literally how the industry has functioned the entire time. So no, fuck off. And I guess Drake is now demanding Kendrick's contract from UMG. I don't know. It's not interesting to me. Everybody's talking about it, but it's not interesting to me because having to hear people read legal documents is really fucking boring. I did watch Abso-fucking-lutely because she at least was being entertaining about it. But I guess I'm bored every time a legal drama comes up. Anytime I have to listen to people read court documents, I'm like, I don't want to have to fucking listen to this. Like, there's got to be a more entertaining way to handle this. Send this when they annoy you.
I'm trans and I have a gun.
Yay. Oh, is that it?
I'm trans and I have a gun.
Hell yeah. Let's go. What else you got? I know a few of these.
Trans girls when we're still in the closet be like, damn, dude, how long have you been growing your hair out now? I don't know, probably a year or so now. Nice. You really nailed that surfer dude look, you know? Yes. That's exactly what I'm going for. When you realize that your friend is an egg. So yeah, I stood back, like, I bet it's not even that bad being a girl. I mean, I'd try it. It all makes sense. The flannel, the long hair, the urus. Oh my god. You're a closeted emo. Becky, I'm just a lesbian. When you realize that your friend is... Trans eggs win. Hey, so if you can have one superpower... Shape shifting. I didn't even get to finish the question. Trans eggs win. Hey, so if you can have one superpower...
Oh man, bullying trans eggs. Can't get enough. Okay.
I have vivid memory of my first time online. Our old, white, bulky computer sat on the desk in the kitchen. I was always intrigued by the internet, but I didn't understand it. I'd stand behind my older brother in awe as he scrolled through his MySpace account before he'd eventually shoo me away. At this point, the internet felt like a faraway, distant place for adults. Something I wasn't allowed inside of, like a bar or a club. Until one day, I received a Bratz doll, and with it came this tiny little pamphlet, and at the bottom of the pamphlet was printed a website, www.bratz.com. My curiosity overwhelmed me. I held the pamphlet in my hand and planned my infiltration into the web. I sat on the desktop in my computer in the kitchen and looked at the corner of the desktop homepage and stared at that icon, the Internet Explorer icon. I double-clicked the icon and the browser homepage opens. I had watched my brother do this so many times that I almost intuitively knew that I had to type the website into the white bar at the top of the screen. I carefully copied the website into the search bar, using one finger to methodically ensure every letter was typed correctly. When I was
She added an extra syllable into the word methodically and said methodologically, which makes it sound like melody mixed with like methodology and methodology, melody, and I'm not complaining, by the way. I'm just analyzing what's happened here. if we are on the verge of a new word or not.
Was done. I pressed the enter button and an entire world exploded before my eyes. As I clicked through the website, I
Like, to have melody in your methodology could be called methodical.
couldn't contain my excitement. There was a place for kids on the internet. I yelled at my mom excitedly. My mom glanced
Be a
over
good
at the
song
computer
name.
from the stove. "Oh wow, that's nice,"
Methodical,
she said, feigning
methodical
interest
music.
before returning to making dinner.
Because then, of course, people will think you're talking about meth. They'll be like, "Oh, it's like meth," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. You know, whatever sells the album."
She was never interested in the internet or computers. This would mark the beginning of a childhood defined by unrestricted internet access. After clicking through the Bratz website, I thought, if there's a Bratz.com, there must be a
A
Barbie.
Pokemon.
And so I followed my inclination and typed www.barbie.com into the search bar. And again, the screen exploded, this time in bursts of pinks. Barbie herself greeting me at the homepage. Homepage. I was home, wasn't I?
No matter where you are, everyone is always connected.
Serial Experiments Lane is an anime that has developed a devoted cult following, perhaps most aptly in online spheres, as the internet's presence within culture has become increasingly omnipotent. As our culture continues to move forward towards cyberspace, the messaging within Lane seemingly becomes increasingly apt. Lane likewise follows a young girl's introduction to the internet, and the way it begins to blend with her real life, altering her reality. Like myself, Lane finds herself online with unrestricted internet access. And we witness as Lane's access to the internet begins to shift her life. As the
Lane is
series
so
progresses,
fucking
we
peak.
witness as Lane spends more.
She's just like me for real.
And more time online, neglecting her relationships in the real world in favor of online space. I noticed this behavior.
How intense do you feel watching this video? Like how anybody in the chat we're 3 minutes 33 seconds into this video. I would like to know what this video is making you feel, to the extent that you can put that into words or have a desire to express it. Basically, because I'm not willing to share my own feelings until somebody else shares their feelings first, and I get a vibe of what is out like crazy of me to say.
In myself as well. Once I found myself online, my life became more and more online. All of our lives did. And without even realizing it, our real lives became increasingly and meticulously interwoven with the online world. In Simulacra and Simulation, Baudrillard writes, "The imaginary was the alibi of the real in a world dominated by the reality principle. Today, it is the real that has become the alibi of the model, in a world controlled by the principle of simulation. And paradoxically, it is the real that has become our true utopia, but a utopia that is no longer..."
Let me also ask more specifically, because now I'm seeing some of your responses. How do you feel about the video creator, Final Girl Digital? Based on what you've seen so far, I assume none of us know this creator, because I think I've maybe clicked on one of her videos before, but it was like I just wasn't in the mood for it, and I ended up watching something else and then kind of forgot. The fact that this is about Lane makes it something I cannot ignore like that. But I'm curious how you feel about like the creator, the style of the video, just because I know my feelings about it, and when it comes to YouTube, I have so many feelings when I watch a YouTube video, like so many different layers of feeling, like not just about the subject matter, but about the experience of the video, you know.
In the realm of the possible, that can only be dreamt of as one would dream of a lost object. Here, Baudrillard discusses how in the past, we used the imagination through fantasy stories, myths, and dreams as a way to explain or justify reality. A world where imagination offered us a refuge of escapism. Today, however, the situation has reversed. Reality is no longer based off of our lived experience, and instead, we live in a culture dominated by construct.
Flyknit, I never miss the sun. Don't you get depressed when you miss so much of the sun? I would if I did, but I do not ever miss much of the sun. Now, granted, I assume you're referring to me, the title of the video being that I woke up at 3 p.m. That is kind of like why I called the video that, is like, it's abnormal. It's not the way I usually wake up. And what I did was, like, I woke up, started a pot of coffee, and then went outside and sat on the back porch and just literally basked in sunlight for about half an hour. So I got more sun than I probably even would have otherwise, just because I actively went out and sat in it, as opposed to just like opening all the blinds throughout the morning type beat. There's a very important lyric from Circa Survive in the song Get Out, which is my favorite song about writer's block ever. I would play it, but it would definitely get the stream taken down. But he sings, I'm going to try my best Anthony Green.
Lock myself up in a room without a window just to see if it was any easier to breathe. I was wrong. Never underestimate the daylight.
That is not my best Anthony Green, but it was funny. There, it's so much easier to breathe. He also says that lyric. Ever since I heard that, I was like, shit. Don't ever lock yourself up in a room without a window, or else you will find it much harder to breathe.
I can't wait to understand.
Yeah, my voice is way out of sorts right now. I haven't been singing, I haven't been speaking in a high pitch all day. Mostly dysphoric is how this video makes you feel. I can understand that, but I am curious if you are able to get into it. Is it dysphoric in the sense of like that she's like really like you just want to be more like her, or dysphoric? To me, a video like this makes me feel less dysphoric because I guess I'm kind of assuming that she's cis. I don't even know. But when I encounter cis women who think very similarly to me or have very similar experiences to me, that is very affirming to my trans experience personally. Like, it's to the extent that my previous relationship was largely couched in that. The fact that the two of us saw the world in very similar ways in certain aspects. Eventually that, we eventually figured out all the ways that we didn't see the world in the same way, and that kind of, threw a monkey wrench in that. But like the overall feeling of like, oh wow, there are women who think like me, makes me understand how it is possible for me to see myself as a woman, if that makes sense. Like it would not make sense to me that I see myself as a woman if I did not know that there are so many women who are barely different from me, and like throughout my childhood, there was nobody around who was like me. And so I put myself into the category of male, even though none of the men around me were like me at all. So like when I started realizing that, like, oh, none of the men, like, there aren't any men I can relate to on this level, but there are women I can relate to on this level, that contributed to my feeling of. So I guess what I'm trying to explain is that I feel something closer to gender euphoria watching a video like this, but I also feel like getting too close to fire in a way. Because so far, still nobody's feelings seem to be the same as my feelings, or at least they haven't said so yet. So I'm curious still. Oops, didn't mean to click that.
Versions of reality. The paradox being that reality now feels like a lost utopia, something we have grown nostalgic for, but can no longer access. We are unable to experience reality anymore. We can only dream of it, like something that has disappeared. Serial Experiments Lane likewise prophesizes and comments on the disintegration of
Morning,
the boundaries
Tom.
between the real world and the
Thoughts on
online world.
underscores? Underscores fucking rule. I know I can't really play their music without getting content ID, but you put it in my head and now I have to hear Cops and Robbers immediately. It's just an immaculate riff. I'll be skipping around and pausing and stuff so that this doesn't go to bed. I woke up at 3 p.m. I have not even been up for fucking 15 hours. Read the title of the video. I need the lyrics. If I sing over it, it'll sound shitty enough that it'll get past content ID, I think. And I can warm up my voice. My voice sounds like ass because I have only been talking and not singing for probably like a couple days. So my voice sounds like fucking ass. I need to. Underscores is a pretty good. Yeah, I am trying to fix my sleep schedule. That's the aim. I mean, y'all saw, or were y'all who have been up all night with me, you know, Bird went to work about an hour ago. So if I stream through Bird's work day, then when he gets home and inevitably passes out in like 2 hours of getting home, then I'll pass out with him and then we'll be on the same sleep schedule, which I've been saying I was going to get onto once we moved, but it hasn't worked yet. Yeah, exactly, Mopu. Staying up is the only way you ever can. I've done this many, many, many times throughout my life because I have an irregular circadian rhythm. I don't sleep on a normal 24-hour sleep cycle unless I like actively try to, and it's very easy to get thrown off that cycle. But I've developed, like, over time, I've gotten better at keeping a cycle if I base it on someone else's. So the fact that Bird has almost the same hours every day makes it a lot easier for me to like create a rhythm based around his work day. It's just that we moved and I've spent a lot of time like setting up the house and doing all kinds of shit. Like, it would be the best hours for me to stream would be the hours that Bird's at work, but it has yet to be that I've been up throughout all of those hours and able to stream. So let's make today the first day, even if it's going to be hard. Okay. Working as a painkiller for like 11 years. It all started when I didn't have enough to pay for the crystal. It made it funny how, out of nowhere, all this money appears. I got a cash drawer and a keyboard, and I got all your info. What's the last time you saw someone with a ski mask in their glove? Get on the inside. You gotta do it like me. When's the last time you saw someone with a ski mask in their glove? Get on the inside.
Get the counterfeits, trim the fat from the ball. I need a John Smith or a J. Doe. The more common, the better. Resurrect the dead, hit the ATM, then I never been caught. I'm not that guy, like it's just sitting there. When's the last time you saw someone with a ski mask and a gun? Yeah, inside. You gotta do it, gotta do it, gotta do it right. When's the last time you saw someone with a ski mask and a gun? Yeah, on the inside. You gotta do it, gotta do it, gotta do it right. Me.
As the series progresses, Lane has a difficult time deciphering reality from simulation. Though written in the 80s, Baudrillard's sentiment has only proved to become more true with the increasing pervasiveness of the internet. Many of us express a...
Also, I have to say, so I got into the underscores through Locals, and I listened to Locals like probably a couple hundred times before I listened to any of their other songs. And then once I finally found Cops and Robbers, I was like, this song's actually even better. But a lot of their songs have like big stretches of low key emo, like real sad, real dark, real long stretches of like going off into the emo weeds. And it's great on a musical level. I can't listen to it because I will dissociate. Like the second it gets to that bit, like, you know, as soon as you start trailing off, I'm like, oh, yep, that's emotions I don't want to touch or have anything to deal with. So they can go over there, you know.
A longing for the days when the internet was a place we would go to and leave.
Did I watch your Ava analysis? And if so, what did I think? I don't remember it. So let's find out.
When's the last time you saw someone with a ski mask and a gun? Gun on the inside.
Evangelion, past, present, future. What does it mean? Who
Gotta
knows?
do a lot now.
But I'll tell you one thing. When you look at the depth and the motifs of Evangelion, you
I just cleared a bunch of
all
phlegm
sorts of
off
stuff
of a
will
couple
jump out at
vocal
you.
cords.
And if you know about all the deep stuff in Evangelion, smack a little comment in my comment section. Put a comment in my comment section so I can know about all the stuff you think. Here, this is Mari she's from the Rebuilds. Real fans know about Mari. She's one of the cooler, more deeper characters on account of how, you know, she runs around and starts yelling and making stuff up about me and defaming me in the show. And everything that she said about me is not true. I just want to let the audience know that everything that was said about me is not true in Evangelion that happens about me. There are many prominent characters. There's Shinji. There's
just cleaning off my vocal cord. Landon's up.
Let me just hang this up. This place
Have
is such
you
a mess.
received your goo goo yet? What the fuck does that? Oh, goo. Oh, you mean goo? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Landon sent me a Sliggoo plush. I don't think so. It would probably not show up in the early morning, right? I don't know. I don't know when the mail comes here, actually.
Oh, fuck. You guys, it's fine, right? If I just... Fuck! Guys, I'm so
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
sorry. And one of the
That fucking drill noise.
characters in the show is my stepdad, Gabriel, Big G. That fucking guy married my stupid Bikini Babe bimbo mom. The whole show is really just downhill.
That photo, Bikini Babe bimbo mom.
From there, to be honest with you. And this one, the whole show just goes down the hole that I have. Goes into my little 5G hole that I have in my arm that I got at Publix for free, and I have to get a second one next month because Gabe made me do.
Where do they have Publix? Where are those at? I know I've heard of them a lot, and I feel like I've maybe been to one, but I can't remember where the fuck it was.
Do it. And that's the thing about Gabe, is that he's one of the awesomer characters when you really...
Is it a California, Southeast U.S.? Southeast. Okay, so like Florida? Georgia? Okay. Maybe I went to one when I was in Georgia the one time. When I lived in Florida, it was a lot of Circle K. But we ain't got no Publix here in Virginia.
You know, if you look at the themes, when you look at the motifs of Evangelion, you find out about Gabe.
Actually, wait, I say that, but I really mean Hampton Roads. I should check and see if there's any in Virginia because it's a big state. They're all pretty big for the most part. No, not Piggly Wiggly. Didn't ask for that at all. Publix supermarket at Hickman. Is this... Okay, I stand fucking corrected. There's a Publix in Virginia Beach. So, whatever. All right. Sweet. Cool.
And you learn about me as well. Even though there's lots of fibs and fakeries and lies and defamations about me, of my character in Evangelion, there's good stuff about it too. We have him. He brings warmth to me, and he helps me through trying times. I think we should move on to the analysis, guys. We should move on to the footage analysis. Where, all right, in this episode, we see Shinji is coming to terms with his own. There's not even anything happening.
This might be the best format I've ever seen for presenting the footage of the anime in the video.
There we.
I am definitely ripping this off. I can't actually. I'm first of all astonished that this isn't something. This isn't even something I've seen as a joke a bunch of times. Like this seems so obvious as a joke to like play the thing. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna show you this thing on my phone. You know, like you're filming on one phone, what's playing on another phone. It seems obvious now that I'm looking at it, and yet I can't remember one time anyone's fucking done this. So I'm honestly blown away that this isn't like a trend as like a joke at the very least.
Go, the lady we love to see. Asuka's back. We all love the little skimpy teenager in Evangelion. Fucking stop. I want to see my favorite little characters running around.
My favorite little characters
on the screen. They're not even being funny or saying any of their lines.
They're not even being funny or saying any of their lines.
Sorry, guys. This is so fucking embarrassing. I do have some exclusive artwork available for purchase. Guys, I'm so fucking sorry about this. Let me just... How much is... How much? 19.
3 years ago. All right, I'm going to share this and say... when Evangelion analysis was still good. So people are going to see it's like a 3-year-old video and they're going to click on it like, oh shit, this is going to be on some real shit.
What the fuck is that? What's up with the angels? Does that make sense? Because when I think about the angels, my brain's going, what the freaking crap is going on with that?
What the freaking crap is going on with that?
Really, deconstruction of when in the mechas, in the old ones, they would say, get in a stinking robot, and they would, every time. But Shinji said, you can't make me. And then look at the disastrous consequences as a result of my little teenage boy. The
disastrous consequences is it's just him looking at the fucking watermelons.
Little friend, and he's just like me. Did you ever think about that? About my little guy who's like me?
Okay, I gotta pee again.
And Ray shows up, and she's like, well, don't mind if I do. Because she's all fucked up in the head, too. And maybe she's his mom as well. I don't remember that much. You guys remember Mari? You guys remember the rebuild? We talked about that. If you remember the rebuild, she shows up, and she's bodacious, and she's got a hot summer bod. Do you guys remember that? There. And now, when you examine, when you put all the characters together, you have hot ass, fucking sexy ass from the rebuilds, and then she might only be from the second one. You get him, and then Ray's also in the picture. Remember, she could be his mom if you want. Get them all together, and just, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Just so you know where they are, because that's what Evangelion's really all about. At the end, is making sure you know where all your little friends are. And making sure my stepdad's not involved anymore. And you're in Ava too, but you didn't see that coming. It's a little fastball, a little curveball, a knuckleball for all my baseball fans in the comments. Sound off if you're a baseball fan. And then subscribe as well and hit my bell so I know.
Have I ever talked about the fact that I played what I guess it was baseball from like kindergarten through third grade, probably. I think maybe 4 fucking years, 3 years at least. Was it first, second, and third grade? I think third grade is when I started scouts, and I don't remember if I did scouts and baseball at the same time, but I was equally disengaged in each of those. I mentioned it once in a Digi Daily. So I lacked perspective as a child that I have now, but like I was so bad at T-ball in whether it was kindergarten or it's probably first grade. I think it was T-ball in first grade, and then they graduate you up to underhand throw baseball. And in T-ball, like I was always the last string because I was just the smallest kid who obviously didn't know what I was doing. Quiet, fucking doesn't. I probably didn't say one single word to any single person the whole year I was playing T-ball. But they always put me last. And in T-ball, if you hit the ball, you're gonna make it to a base. And if you're the last person who goes up, you're going to create 4 home runs probably. like it was very easy for me to create grand slams because I was always last. So I felt like empowered to continue playing the game. And then in my second year was just like had no idea what was going. Like as soon as the tee was gone, all bets were off. I had no accuracy. I hated practicing the game because I was afraid. I was just afraid of the fucking ball. Like every time the ball came towards me, I was more so trying to dodge the ball than to hit the ball. So like my fear of being hit by a baseball kept me from being even remotely good at it. No matter, how many times I played. And again, I talked to nobody on the team. I never talked to the coach. I was just there. And like, I'm sure my parents probably asked me if I wanted to stop, and I just agreed. I just wanted to keep doing it because I thought it was making them happy for somehow. Like I thought they wanted me to do it and that I would be letting them down if I quit. This is how I felt about most things as a kid. Was like I will somehow let someone down if I stop doing this. So I'm just going to keep doing it even though I'm getting nothing out of it. Why do you think I care so much about dropping stuff now? Now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, because I stuck with so much shit I should not have stuck with as a kid because it did nothing. Playing baseball did nothing for me. I did not develop any team skills. I did not make any friends. Most of the time, they would put me in the outfield and I would just sit there and literally pick grass. Like I would get so dissociated that I would just sit down and start picking at grass because the ball's not coming my way. And then when it was, I would always have to run after it because it's always like a long run grounder that I'm running after. And then I'm running it. I'm like throwing it to somebody who I can't throw and they can't catch. And it's just not going to work out. One time in my last year of it, I was put at the shortstop position. A grounder went right to me. I got it, and I got it to first base, and it got a kid out, and it was the best play I had ever made. And so they put me there a few more games, and then, like, as soon as they watched me miss a couple of ones I obviously should have gotten, they're like, okay, obviously this kid is not. This wasn't like a special thing that shortstop is this person's position. It's just they suck. I sucked at this game. I have a bunch of participation trophies. And as much as like Carlos Mencia and all these comedians from the 2000s made fun of the participation trophies, as a kid, I was not proud of it. I was like, this is literally a monument to failure. Like, I understood that this trophy is a monument to failure. It is not a good thing to have. It is a sad thing to have, you know, like, so the idea that kids were all going to think that they're special because they got a participation trophy, it did not feel that way. It felt like, wow, I have proof I suck, actually, you know. Landon with $5 says, on Twitter, Ellen, I'll buy you a Rosin Maiden figure. Need your address. Also, Trixie, why can this guy not pronounce Evangelion correctly? I think he's doing it on purpose. This is Landon. This is Mopu, aka Tom, who lives in Japan teaching English. And you could have hung out while you were there, and you need to hang out next time you're there. But yeah, so I don't think he's doing it on accident.
If you're coming, and don't worry about me, I'll be okay because I understand the motifs, the various motifs and themes, and everything that's going on in Evangelion. I understand what happens in the opening theme. I know all what she's talking about.
Now, Tom, Landon says he's going back like next month. So if that happens,
because I speak all the words that she's saying, so I know what she's saying, and she's telling me everything's going to be okay. And what's even happening with the angels? You know what I mean? Like what's up with that? And all the crosses and stuff. I get the feeling there's something going on there. When you think about the Bible and you think about Evangelion, you realize there's a connection. And Adam and Eve are involved. They're both aliens. The mechas, the robots aren't even freaking. They're just guys instead of machines. And you find that out later. I'm sorry for the spoilers for all the more advanced or less advanced viewers in the comment section if you want to.
By the way, anything less than Shinseiki Evangelion is not an acceptable pronunciation.
Sound off about me spoiling that for you. You should maybe offer me a comment or a word of praise. You guys remember the little guy at the beginning?
I just got $5.
Easter egg for you.
Will you check out some animation I'm working on? What can I get you to see for this amount, Lol? Love the content. What's the best way to send gift? I'm in Sweet Lime Juice on YouTube. You're in sweet lime juice? Like you have been squeezed into the juice of a sweet lime? I'll check it out. Let's not worry about how much. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm lucky to be getting requests. Sweet lime juice. I assume that what you want me to watch is in there. You're in chat. Okay, good. Yes. What do you want me to check out? Is this, wait, this isn't the same you. You've got capitals in your name. This is some other sweet lime juice. I love how much of this is recipes for sweet lime juice also. If I do it case-wise, will it? Nope. Doing it case-wise did nothing. What's the best way to send gifts? I guess the Discord or Blue Sky. It's an original name. Do you have like is it a long GIF or is it just like a just a little how long is the GIF, I guess is what I'm asking. Is it like a full animation that just happens to be in GIF? I know you can upload video to Blue Sky, but not and like if you upload a GIF to Blue Sky, do it with the videos tab, because if you do it with images, it will be a static image. But this will give you a GIF. This will produce a GIF that animates. Otherwise, why did I go to YouTube? Oh, yeah. It's a secret to everybody, except for everybody who asks. But the Discord link is here on the We Watch Anime channel. If you want to go into the Discord. And then once you're in the Discord, you can post it in the We Make Art. Oh, I'm already in the We Make Art channel. Look at this freaking art. The people in here are incredible. They're doing doll clothes and illustrations. I love this design, Lucario. I don't know if you're here. I don't think you're here, but you'll probably see this somehow. Oh my God. Oh my God, I love her. I missed this. You didn't make that. Oh yeah, this shit is sick. It's a cipher. Definite Konpaku Yomu energy. Very cute. Okay, enough. His ideas at $3. Gotta go to bed for real. Have a good rest of the stream. I will, and thank you. It's been a ride. I don't know if you've been here the entire time, but if you have, especially thank you. 3 hours of the most dissociative stream I've maybe done so far. Landon with $10. Speaking of Japan, look up Riho versus Shoko Nakajima, 2 kawaii Japanese girls, and you're gonna watch the whole fight. It's free on YouTube. No copyright. Trixie Boo Boo Bear. Are you just because it's free on YouTube doesn't mean it's not copyright if it's on a channel that owns the copyright. Riho versus Shoko. I know I've heard of Shoko Nakajima. Yeah, it's literally uploaded by them, so that's why it's free. Let's go ahead and put it in 2x speed, and then maybe we will not get in trouble. The chiptune sped up sounds really good.
That is for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first from Niigata, Japan, Shoko Nakajima.
Well, Shoko Nakajima making her return to All Elite Wrestling in the 147-centimeter Kaiju, the woman who pinned Riho in a tag team matchup.
147-centimeter Kaiju. That is the most adorable fucking name I have, or like description of a wrestler.
Non-title match against AEW Women's World. Oh, absolutely, it's Calvin. You can just tell just by the music alone in her entrance, Nakajima, loaded with exuberance, loaded with energy and ability. We're going to see that tonight. A lot of energy from this competitor. She is small, but she.
Lyndon, what do you mean it's not copyright? It's All Elite Wrestling copyright. They have 5 million subscribers. I mean, you might, if you're just saying that I probably won't get copyright claimed for it, you might be right, but
She is ferocious.
And from Shinagawa, Japan, she is the AEW Women's World Champion, Riho.
Well, Riho, in a very short period of time, has won over the hearts and minds of fans.
Shoko, you've met. She's little and fucking adorable. I believe that. How did you meet her? Like on this Japan trip or what?
And worldwide, Taz. Oh yeah, it's very easy to be a fan of Riho. It's not just her in-ring ability. It's not just being the first ever AEW Women's Champion. It's not just her impressive 10-2 overall record. Still unbeaten singles competition here at 7-0. But the thing about Riho, Scalper, is that smile she has is infectious. Like you said about energy, as far as Nakajima, this young lady here, Riho, the champ, her energy is also infectious, and that's definitely something that I can feed off very easily. That's great. For sure, Riho's exuberance is second to none. She is never without a smile on her face. Well, almost never. I've seen her get kicked in the head a couple times, and then the smile does tend to dissipate there, but.
I want them both to beat the fuck out of me at the same time.
Mike Posey calling for the bell. Our first match here on AEW Dark gets underway. Once again, mention this is a non-title affair, 20-minute time limit. Shoko Nakajima in red, Riho in the white with pink trim. Well, then, obviously both athletes, both competitors, both wrestlers, very similar, I should say, in size.
Dude, like,
A nice textbook. No headlock takedown right there by Nakajima, and a nice counter to that head scissors by Riho. Oh, wow, look at that. Nakajima reversing it, going back into the side headlock.
like just even the sight of like a girl who's smaller than me but could very obviously like put me into a lock that I could not get out of it makes me want to weep with how beautiful it is.
And Riho, oddly enough, with the height advantage in this matchup for perhaps the first time ever. Yeah, good point, good point. You can see here just the amount of speed. Nice arm drag right there, and that drop kick with 1 foot drop in Riho. However, little press, 1, 2. Riho, nice bridge, beautiful job. Effortlessly. Nice touches Shoko Nakajima with a drop kick. Explosive drop kick by the AEW Women's Champion. I mentioned at the top, Shoko Nakajima, known as 147-centimeter kaiju. For those of you not familiar with the metric system, that's about 4 feet 10 inches, making her the short competitor on the AEW.
Oh my god, 4'10"? These girls are that small, and I'm still very confident that either one of them could kick my ass. I am in love.
Oh, Tope Suicide. I think she caught her bottom foot on the bottom rope. It kind of slowed her momentum, but she still was able to collide with Riho and drive her down to the floor. Well, smart right there by Nakajima. She realizes that you got to keep your opponent in the ring, obviously, to gain a victory, and she's not rushing through that. That's her experience. Impressive. Bottom press. Only a 2 count there. And Nakajima maintaining control of Riho as this cravat applied and using those upward knee strikes. Perfect opportunity. Need someone in the face while you have their head controlled. You know, the old cliche, you control the head, you'll control the body. And Nakajima once again controlling the head, driving it face first to that turnbuckle pad. Riho's holding the head, and you know what? You can just tell that Nakajima is not going to have anything stopping her. She's going to keep on going forward with her offense. And Nakajima, this. Catapult. You see that? Across the bottom rope. It was all the way back in July of 2019 at Fight for the Fallen. Shoko Nakajima made her AEW debut. Oh, look at this lateral press. 1, 2. It's 2 count. Nakajima made her AEW debut in a tag match alongside B. Priestley to take on the team of Riho and Dr. Britt Baker. And how the fortunes of Riho and Dr. Baker have changed since then. Yeah, totally different landscape right now, but to your point, you know, Riho and Nakajima both are well-versed, know each other well. Great control right here, barring both arms and that.
You know what's interesting? They do a good job of making themselves seem heavier than I know they are. Like they're really like putting a lot of weight into the falls and into like lifting one another. And I'm like, I know that when Bird lifts me, it doesn't look as heavy as they're making it look when they lift each other.
By Nakajima doing a good job identifying the danger that she was in, placing the foot on the bottom rope, forced the break. And in that tag team match, Shoko Nakajima actually scored a pinfall victory over Riho. This was before
Like that, like where she made it look like she was really hoisting her up. And it's like, that girl just stood up. I know that intellectually, but they did a great job selling it.
the AEW Women's World Champion, but yeah, you know, that's rent space in the head of the AEW Women's Champion Riho. Yeah, she'd like nothing more to right that wrong, but Shoko Nakajima, backbreaker, neckbreaker combo. Cover. She got again. Riho not bridging out that time, just kicking out. And Nakajima now has seen into the ropes. Look at this. Oh, Riho, oh, wow, stop.
Oh.
And Nakajima, despite the fact that she is
And that's really using the smallness and the lightness to her advantage, that she literally can do a full body fucking double kick to her guts while she's on the ground and get away with, like, I don't care how big the man on the bottom is. If a big man does that to you, you're dead, you know, like.
unranked. If she were to pin the AEW Women's World Champion here, you would have to imagine she would skyrocket through the rankings, but the ball seems to be in Riho's court right now. Absolutely, our live audience here is definitely in support of the AEW Women's Champion. Cross body into the bag, get it here. Oh, very late kick out. Nakajima.
Oh my god, that fucking.
Here, you would have to imagine she would skyrocket through the rankings, but the ball seems to be in Riho's court right now. Absolutely, our live audience here is definitely in support of the AEW Women's Champion. Cross body into the bag, get it here. Oh,
The way she gets up right here.
very late kick out.
That.
Nakajima very nearly taken out by Riho. Riho into the ropes, cartwheels through the lariat, bypass. Oh no, actually drops toe hold. Which Riho got mine here. She's dialing it up. Here we go. And she goes for it. No, misses. Nakajima puts it back. Uh-oh. And maybe Nakajima. You can see how well they know each other. She's went for the tiger fake, kick of her own, but came around the middle and comes through the bottom to find the face of Riho. Good job right there by Nakajima. Great anticipation. Just to have the AEW, even though it's not title, have the AEW Women's Champion, on the ropes like this is very aggressive. A nice bear hug here, but Riho realizes that and gets out of it by clubbing Nakajima. Now, overhand elbow strikes being exchanged by both women. They are teeing off on one another. And it is clear, Taz, who the favorite here in Huntsville is. Tell you what, Riho bringing that fire. Nakajima shut it down. Look at this. Oh! Jumping knee strike. Did you see how the head of Nakajima was rocked backwards? But look at this, Nakajima. She's got the body scissored. Yeah, and that front choke. Oh, look at this, Riho.
Oh! Yes!
Two count. Tremendous bridge.
Holy fuck. The way she bent back like that. I know I'm watching it sped up, but it felt so fucking fast.
Right there. Sorry, Excalibur on that Northern Light suplex. And all of Riho's upper body weight was concentrated on the shoulders of Shoko Nakajima. That was a 2.99 if I've ever seen one. That was ultra close. Now the world champion ascending through the top. Nakajima's a jumping foot stomps.
Again with the jumping right on her.
Once again able to kick out. Frustration in the face you see right there in the AEW Women's Champion Riho. Riho building up ahead of steam. Shoko Nakajima. This is how she countered Riho, but Riho. Look at this goes right Riho. She's got her hook. 1, 2. No, Nakajima got her. 1, 2. Oh, again, so close. Nakajima no place to the throne. 2. No. And Nakajima snapped into that Northern Light suplex, popped her hips, exploded her hips into the champion. But as you notice, Nakajima didn't collect that right arm of Riho, and that allowed her to generate the momentum, the torque to get that shoulder up, to break up the pinfall. Now Nakajima headed up top. Riho's not moving. And Nakajima likes that big kaiju senton. It's coming, I think. Here it is. Oh, nobody. The pool was empty. And Riho double knee strikes to the back. And Nakajima
get
eyes
killed.
back of the head, and then knee strikes to the
Oh,
back.
goddamn.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
The AEW Women's World Champion.
She was looking killed. She was definitely looking killed. That was great. The girl who won, god damn. I wish she would kick my ass. Okay, did that GIF show up yet? Is that in here, or is it going to be on Blue Sky? It just said give me 5 minutes, but they didn't say where it was going to be. I guess they'll probably just let me know when they're done. Does this have lyrics? No.
Kevin awakes without his clothes, found what he's looking for. Checks in the mirror for his face, turning to close the door. Sets the alarm for quarter on, turning it off instead. It's too late. Someday I'll escape, turning the corner forward, waiting to end the day. Checks in his rearview mirror for someone to ease his pain. I know it's too late. Someday I'll escape. I'll be content in all the lessons I was escaping. It will never end. Kevin is driving far away, leaving it all behind. Checks in the rearview mirror for someone to make it right. Now he's finding what he needs, leaving it all behind. Kevin is driving far away. Now it'll be alright. Till it's our last year, it's taking on. Now we got just too much. And all the level I was thinking it will never end. Hello, Kumasan. Last night I ate a lot of chili and rice. I've been for like 3 days eating this incredible chili that Bird made. And gradually just making more rice and then adding it in. I've got a big bowl of it still in the fridge that I'm probably going to finish off around like 7 in the morning when I get hungry again. I did have a bowl of cereal a couple hours ago also. And I think I'm going to have to go to the bathroom, but I'm going to play some music and hopefully something that won't get me taken down. I really like playing Shiner music because I'm trying to get everybody into Shiner. Takes it out of you.
What cereal? It was knockoff Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's when you lose. That's when you lose. All right, let's put you on that reel though. I've sold my sweetest time from my arms. Six miles high, 10 feet wide, bid to death. Good goodbye, a damn goodbye, a damn goodbye. I drew me to a cloud just like 6 miles high, take me wide into the sky. The snake always away. I finally found a thing. Six miles high, tell me why did you? Finally found a way. If they made a movie about me, would I care who played me, and would it matter if they were trans? I never really thought about that. I mean, I guess it would depend on what period of my life they were trying to do. Really, I guess it would really depend on the intentions of the filmmaker. I don't think I'm going to sell my life rights away very easily, so probably, yeah, it probably does matter. Probably I won't sell my life rights unless somebody has like a really fucking solid plan for how they wanted to approach that. Unreleased. No, that is not related to this at all. Malik, just send it along, and we'll go for at least 5 minutes. But if it's not hateable, we'll just finish it. And I don't think that Sweet Lime Juice has figured out how to send that GIF yet. So. Do not be embarrassed. The internet is not kind to GIFs. Like GIFs, I have never known an artist not to have some kind of problem with getting a GIF up somewhere. So it's not a you thing. You might do well. Show some respect to that. The rest should just come to me. Come to me. Working too hard, pushing hard, working too hard, pushing hard, working too hard. Wait a minute, are these the GIFs? This man's is going. This man's is going. I feel like this makes me want to hear like Eurobeat under. Hold on. Okay. Whoa, keep powering up. Hold on. I actually think this is really fucking cool because it's only like what? How many frames is this? Like in like in 1 second of animation, I can tell immediately that this is a Super Saiyan power up. Like this is a guy who just went Super Saiyan. Like I am amazed how like transparently evident it is to me with so little visual information that this is like a guy going Super Saiyan. Okay, showing off this man's body model. This is an interesting way to like show both the dressed and undressed versions in one like GIF, you know? Oh shit, he tactical. He about to go. This is like Archer in his tactile neck. I am guessing this man is a ninja of some oh shit. On some Jujutsu Kaisen OP type beat right here. Okay. Yeah, that looks awesome. The momentum on the kicks is really solid. You can feel the swoosh. He's like, Tatsumaki Senpuken! 8 frame, yeah. Yeah, those are awesome. This is awesome. The last one in particular is really, really good. I'm also in love with the Super Saiyan. Just there's like a lot of emotion in how you drew this hair that really communicates the point to me. This guy, I mean, my only criticism would be that his head isn't really moving. Like, you know, like if his head had like a little bit of a bop to it, I think it would feel more smooth. You know, it feels like his head is like oddly stable for how frantic the rest of his body's movement is. Like it should have some kind of jerk to it, I think. But this is fucking fantastic. All right. Did Malik Productions say what Malik Productions, what did you want me to watch? Because you sent $5, but you never said what it would for.
In my mind, you came to take us. All things go, all things go, all things go.
This isn't the song with the Ghost of Carl. I wanted the Ghost of Carl song. Or is it? And I'm too early. I think it's just, yeah, it's just called Illinois. Okay. I will very soon get to these multiple things y'all have said, but I want to know if I can find this live. I just want to hear him talk about the Ghost of Carl.
I cried
Myself to sleep last night, and the ghost of Carl
he approached my window.
when my friend Carl Hamburger from Who Are These Podcasts dies, I'm going to constantly reference this song and suggest that the ghost of Carl keeps visiting my window. And it's going to be really funny. I promise. Contextually, it will be very funny. Okay, Malik Productions. I posted a link, but it might have vanished. My first year in development video talking about my games. Okay, I assume that'll just be on your channel then. Even in his heart, the devil has to know the water level. Are you writing from the heart? First year in... Oh, of course. Here we go.
Oh, he's coming. It's all coming up Millhouse.
Chase, I'm moving up to you.
No, I gotta find.
Skugugly.
Why don't you bring this?
Skugugly.
Pretty bad. Mom, you're always trying to give me
Skugugly.
with you. I just think.
Skugugly.
So it's been a little over a year of Unity
What is a Skugugly? If it is in fact a thing.
development. I've encountered these kinds of videos before. For me personally, I found them inspiration.
I like this area. This is like, it's nostalgic in a way that makes me feel like I've somehow seen it before, and yet obviously totally new and alien. So I'm intrigued.
So now I get to offer one up, offer perhaps some inspiration in exchange for your attention. So join me on a play-by-play of my development journey so far, and don't be one of those attention spanlets who clicks off a video in under 30 seconds. Yeah.
But my attention span! What are you saying over here, Landon, real quick? I want them both to beat the fuck out of me at the same time. I think you might just be bisexual, Trixie Lamau. Short Japanese girl can do anything to tall Landon. I'll make babies my weakness. Yeah, I'm pretty much everything sexual. If it pays attention to me and it can beat me up, then I'll probably fall in love with it.
You know who I'm talking about. You're not one of them. You've already been listening to me for over 30 seconds, so let's get into it. Let's look at my first game. My first game was just a cube in an endless default void without any player controllers. I looked at it a bit, even moved the cube around. I set this project down, moved on to the next one. Leave a comment and let me know what I could do to take this somewhere. Bean Game. Bean Game was the second game I started, and the first one that I finished. It really helped me out as a game developer because, well, I finished making the game, so it technically made me a game developer. Also known as Bean Game, the most challenging walking simulator. It's rated adult because it has swear words in it. At the risk of spoiling Bean Game outright, which you can play for free in the link below, the game sees you ascend a rather challenging levitating drawbridge so as to enter a museum. The Bean Museum showcases 55 curated Mr. Bean edits based on an image from a particular amusing-looking GTA San Andreas mod. As the first Bean audio log explains, a friend of mine by the name of Zenro has spent quite a while generating increasingly unhinged edits of this rendition of Mr. Bean. From this creative splurge arose the museum. Bean Game was a product of a month-long game jam among friends. A personalized love letter to the manufactured memes of an artist and musician whose work I quite admire by the name of Zenro. While Bean Game didn't introduce me to the idea of a cacophony of overlapping audio, that came from my 30-episode animated series I made back in 2018. It certainly played a pivotal role in cultivating my interest in using it as a motif in my game design. What's a motif, you might ask? Just an element that repeats.
No, I know what a
In this particular
motif.
case, it's the idea of audio files that overlap completely. I found that monologues in particular, offered at a certain cadence, allows for an entirely accidental ebbing and flowing of different concepts to bubble up to the surface. in a sense providing a ripe ground for spontaneous meme generation, a more than fitting motif I felt for a game which actively discusses the evolutionary process of memes. One major wall I ran into with Bean Game was the character controller. At present, I defer my character controller knowledge entirely to those more capable and willing to experiment with such interfacing technologies. Perhaps someday, study permitting, I shall have the knowledge to truly experiment with such aspects of game design, but at present I find the idea of piecing together the actual movement through a digital world a bit beyond me. One of the big positive takeaways I got from Bean Game was that I can be quite funny when I want to be. I've seen too many people busting a gut playing through Bean Game to be dissuaded of this particular notion. The other, and perhaps more important, is that I can indeed finish a game. Without the knowledge that I could actually finish a game, I don't think for a second I would have pursued as many gaming projects as I have over the last year. It's that essential piece of knowledge upon which all these other following projects arguably rest, the idea that a game can be created. To this particular end, I believe game jams have been essential for my last year of development. All the major hurdles I've managed to overcome regarding the finishing of projects.
So
of
usually
particular
whenever
note
I
of the
go
fact
back to
that
things I'm nostalgic
with
of, whether
game
that be
jams, there's a real pressure to finish a game in a certain amount of time. A pressure that I find personally my creative style works well under. Which gets into my next game. Project Rack.
Got him!
Unfinished. This finishing aspect is especially true when it comes to grappling with unfinished projects. After Bean Game, I attended a friend's wedding, and on the plane ride back, I cracked out a rather compelling first draft of a script.
I really like the aesthetic of this game.
Near the 4/5 point within Bean Game.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a froyo shop. Because here, I don't know if this is true everywhere, but here at Virginia Beach, particularly on the beach, there's like 30 froyo shops, and every single one of them has a pink and green aesthetic like this.
Next big project. Big project turned out to definitely be the case, as both the narrative and technological scope of this particular game quickly grew out of hand. I don't want to delve too deeply into spoilers here, as this is certainly a game I plan to pick back up in some way or another. But the general idea was that you're playing a guy in the far future who gets turned into a raccoon, so now your brain implants are too small for your tiny head. As a result, at least ostensibly, your memory cartridges are scattered all over the map, and you have to pick up the pieces of these memories by inserting the discs into your oversized implants. Each disc would play an audio log offering key insights into both the character and the world you inhabit, which was set to be this sort of vaporwave interpretation of a kind of Dyson cloud encompassing a galaxy, like some kind of 90s megalithic labyrinthian slime mold fever dream. It was, and perhaps one day will be, great. But goodness gracious, are character animations difficult to incorporate into Unity? That was my one negative takeaway from this game. One of the positives was that I figured out how to recontextualize audio logs as a collectible, which just recently made an appearance in Avoid Disc 2 as a key feature. Another would have to be that, as a first pass on an infinite vaporwave cityscape, I think I did an alright job, which helped to further cement what I believe to be one of the core strengths of mine as a game designer, that being a passion for level design that evokes a certain emotion or mood. This, I believe, stretches at least all the way back to my old Warhammer 40k playing days, where I was the one among my friends who made the custom bombed-out buildings, bunkers, and holdouts. I've always had an interest in setting as a concept, in particular how it contextualizes narrative. Now, with game development, I can really go deep into that, setting the stage for countless potential narratives. Speaking of, Avoid Disc 1. Originally titled Churchgoer, Avoid Disc 1 is the only game I sell for money at present, and that's because it's a series I plan to revisit at a longer sort of pace. This whole video is technically sponsored by Disc 2, the trailer of which will play shortly after this video. Avoid Disc 1 takes the cake for the game which started as one thing and deviated the most in the process of making it. By far one of the most experimental and shortest games on the list. Originally, the plan was to explore my personal religious trauma from being raised as a Protestant in the form of a church-shaped mimic, luring the player in to devour. But instead it became a brief meditation on the existentialism left behind in the absence of more traditional religious structures. The ending, however, went full gimmick mode. When you toss yourself into this void-shaped rabbit and plummet into the darkness, the game closes itself. The critical takeaway I ended up getting for this was it's really easy for these kind of game-crashing style gimmicks to not land and instead come across as a kind of a glitch instead of intentional design. Of the two positive takeaways, one of them for Disc 1 was I couldn't incorporate an ending, even if it was one a bit too confusing and esoteric for most players to fully enjoy.
Only this time, the narrator would be played by
The second big trick I learned is that I could include myself in my games, particularly by way of the classic Octopus persona. I think this step was pivotal to the games that would follow, as I further incorporated myself of and throughout.
What I
I didn't look at the chat while I was doing all that, so you saying definitely inspired by Errant Signal and then Beginner's Guide is my favorite game made me go, oh, okay. So I wasn't thinking this for no fucking reason. Like, there's a reason, there's a good reason this video reminds me of this video so much.
is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level.
I don't know how many other people could have possibly figured this out. I don't know if anybody else on planet fucking Earth would have put this 2 and 2 together. So I'm glad that I'm the one who you asked to watch this video, because I can't imagine this is obvious to a lot of people. But I literally, like, within a couple minutes of this video was like, this feels like that Errant Signal video. And then eventually I had to go and like find it because I was like, fuck, it feels so much like it. That's so funny. Well, I very much appreciate what you're doing.
A while. Maybe half a year before I made another game. Fittingly enough, I think it's difficult to avoid these sorts of lulls in creative work. Get it? Hard to avoid? Anyway. I think it kind of works in a way to permit your brain the time it needs to really process what you want to do with your craft. Plus, I was too busy in another line of work I've since moved on from. And frankly, Avoid, I believe, burned me out in a way that left me listless. As I mentioned before, the gimmick failed to land, and all the elaborate ambitions of both Avoid Disc 1 and Project Rack fell short.
It's crazy to me, too, because that's a nostalgia. Like, that video, you saw how hard it was for me to find. I couldn't remember the name of the game. I've never played the Beginner's Guide. I just remember it as a game that Errant Signal made a really interesting video about. So, like, the fact that this reminded me of that really sent me back, because I haven't rewatched that video since it came out. I think I probably have seen it twice, and both were like in the same month that it came out. I know I recommended it somewhere, like at some point in one of my like compilations of like best videos of the year or something. I talked about it. So I know I have mentioned the video before, but it's been so long since I saw it that I had to search through his whole fucking channel trying to figure out what the hell was the video. And you know how I found it? Is that I remembered it being just under 20 minutes long, because I tend to focus on how long things are. I don't know why. I will always remember how long something is. Just no matter what. If you like mention a video that I've seen, I'll remember what the length was vaguely. So I was just like, I know it's an under 20 minutes video from more than 6 years ago. And I just kept scrolling till I found that.
I knew I could finish a game, though, but I didn't know how fast. At least until Crab Island Ingress.
Around wintertime 2021.
I don't know if there's anybody that's quite exactly like Hazel, but some of her friends, like Thor High Heels, are in that ballpark. Also, Thor High Heels is the best fucking thumbnail game on YouTube, period. So I'll play a little bit of this while I go to the bathroom, but like, it's not quite, it's a little more video essay, but like, it's also
2024, in my opinion, was a pretty funny year for new games releases. I mean, we got like 5 Aoni games or something. What? 2 Boku games, which sure is not technically Boku, but that's still a thing I thought for sure was dead when its studio resigned to being a full-time restaurant, but still, here we are. There was even a new Alone in the Dark release, and oh, that series sure took a path, didn't it? Real graming. Infograming. And that in and of itself came back this year too. Then we had a sequel to a Nintendo visual novel from the mid-80s, a spiritual successor to CDI Zelda of all things. It was pretty great. And then stuff like this. Bun, the prologue of Gucha Gucha. Made by a VTuber, I'm pretty sure. It's a drop so busted, even the subtitles leave the screen, and yet it's oozing with style and art and freak fuck energy. We got this normal but entirely desolate Japanese city, and then just a wildingly, unrealistically steep hill road, which is either one of those things you do on accident while map making and leave in there because it's kind of neat, or it's something maybe where the dev grew up in a town that had a road this upward and just imagined it being even starker and crazier for a horror game. It's a fun, personalized feeling touch regardless, is what I'm saying. Heck world frame rate, jump scared by texts and Tamagotchis, doused in a slowly and darkening city-side road to look for dog. Mayhaps the most exciting thing about it was its trailer and the zero context it gives, but that's also exactly my thing. Gucha Gucha has been amongst a number of announced things where
games, but the story behind them connects to Jonathan Ross, Mystery Science Theater 3000, and Chris Chan.
Huh?
And that's not all. His series' music is connected to Bon Jovi, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Pokemon. Today on English Version Files, we're putting the spotlight on Parappa the Rapper, looking at the original 3 games, the arcade game that was lost media until recently, the anime and why it never received an English dub, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, yes, even that part of the story, a failed spiritual successor Kickstarter, and more. But before we begin, a few things.
This might come as a surprise to hear from a nerdy trans woman who has built both her video and musical careers off of being a nerdy person, but I have something brave to say. I love sci-fi. It's a genre that I've held near and dear to me for a long time in all of its varying forms, from its most simplistic, as in explain everything away mechanism in old video games, to fleshed out and engaging worlds tackling major themes developed across decades of art, such as in the Gundam and Star Trek series. In my opinion, one of the most overlooked spaces by non-otaku folk looking for interesting sci-fi stories is within the realm of visual novels. Hell, despite the genre being present from the very early days of the medium and
nobody told me she was cute.
and being the backbone for some very famous juggernauts, I still haven't given it proper attention on this channel. From the cyberpunk thrills of Dona Dona and Baldur's Sky to the gut-wrenching speculative drama of Steins Gate and Harakuru, there has been much to love in the blood.
Oh my god, all those art books. I want to hang out at your house, Amelie Dore.
Text, drawings, music, and other forms of art on the computer. However, there are plenty of interesting sci-fi tales hiding in the shadows of the medium, away from the spotlight of the aforementioned titles, simply waiting for unsuspecting passerbys to bump into them and have their minds blown. And it's within one small yet beloved series that we find one of the most thought-provoking, forward-thinking, and greatest tributes to the rich literary history of science fiction within visual novels. And a whole heaping dose of bouncing boobs. Released in 2015 for Windows exclusively in Japan with an Android port following 2 years later, Bishoujo Mangekyo Kamigatsukurita Mota Shoujo Tachi was developed by Omega Star and is the third main entry to the Bishoujo Mangekyo.
I don't know this
On
channel.
YouTube, which as of the time this video is uploaded, contains 124 songs I found particularly interesting, diverse, or unique in some way. The playlist is everything from electronic to ambient to pop to stuff unlike anything you've ever heard in your life. Typically listen to music by going on YouTube, clicking a song I like, and then other songs I like naturally flow afterward. For this reason, I not only have favorite artists, but also a wide variety of others mixed in. One day, as intended with my recommendation-based listing strategy, this song flew into my queue naturally. As I do with all songs that stand out to me, I threw it in my playlist. Heard this mystery song a few times and then forgot about it. But it should still be in my playlist, how could I forget about it? Then I wrote a C# script to analyze my playlist.
Where the
and
fuck
clear
is the
every
fucking
single song in
playlist?
MP3 for a private project. And I realized that one of these 120 videos could...
I was really expecting to find a link to that playlist in the description, and I didn't, and now I'm upset. This is so far a good video, but Revenant Entertainment, please. You gotta hit me with the fucking link to the playlist.
could not be accessed. A private song. I tore through my brain. I didn't even know what this song was. It wouldn't display the name as per usual with private videos, and so I figured it was impossible to think of, and so I forgot about it, and moved on. But then recently I thought of the song melody. Just somehow came to my mind. I'm not really sure. So I tried to find it in my playlist, but I couldn't find it this time either. I tried to think of the song's name, or what I thought it was. Don't worry, I'll always be there for you. It was like the song title itself spoke. Oh, I searched my history on it. So all the...
Okay. This is the song itself. I didn't mean to left click on that. I was trying to right click in. Is your son a slug cat communist? Try our new antivirus. Okay, what the fuck is this?
It's every parent's worst nightmare.
How to remove communism from your PC forever. Okay.
Cat communist. Never fear though, removing communism from your child's PC has never been more simple.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to like and subscribe.
And go to this link right here. This link is also in the description and at the comments section. You're going to access this link with any browser, and it'll show you this file. You need to go up to here to this download button, and then click download anyway. You can put the file anywhere. I'm going to put it in this folder on my desktop though. Anyways, once you're at the folder, you're going to right click on it, and then you're going to click extract or extract all. Click extract right here. Wait for the process to complete, and then there'll be a new folder that pops up. Click on it, and click on this program right here twice. Now you just have to click more info and run anyway. And that's it. You're done. Communism is banned on your PC. Anyways, this program works on basically anything, from Rainbow threads to YouTube to even notes with Rainbow in them. You just click on the program, and they're all gone. And best of all, this program automatically runs itself every minute, so you don't have to click it all the time. As long as you click this at least once, as long as your child's PC is running, it'll automatically delete all communism. Even if you shut down the child's PC and turn it back on again, you don't have to run this again. You just click it once and then boom, it's banned forever.
All right, so it's time to eat. You bust out your phone, you use your glasses as stand because...
Where does an accent like this come from? I cannot tell immediately.
Everybody does that for some reason, and you try to find an interesting video to watch. And, well, you do find something that seems promising, you click on it, and at first, everything seems...
Oh my god, she's cute.
...normal, but then you quickly start realizing that something is very wrong with the video. Like, the voice of the narrator sounds
The way that she's wearing her glasses all the way down her nose in such a way that they cannot possibly function in any kind of logical manner, I'm very much about it.
A bit too robotic, and he seems to struggle with the most basic words. And also, the stock footage that's being used is super generic, and not just that, but it keeps repeating for some reason. And the actual script itself, like what the video is about, doesn't seem to really make sense. It's not getting anywhere. It's like the narrator is just yapping, starting and stopping, without reaching any meaningful conclusion. It's like no human thought was put behind this video. And that's because if this happened to you, you've most likely not watched something that was made by a human at all, but something that was made by... So it is officially 2025, and I can confirm the sun was wrong. When women are not having more sex with robots than humans, and that's my roundabout way of saying that AGI is not here yet. All this AI slop that's appearing on every social media platform is not made by robots trying to steal our jobs. It's made by humans trying to make money using AI to launder other people's work. A new grift has appeared on the girl boss side and the alpha male side of the internet. Which side you're on depends on if you liked blue or pink when you were a kid. And this grift is called Faceless YouTube Channel. And that's a great name because if I made that I wouldn't want to show my face.
Okay, I'm not going to watch this right now, but this is interesting.
A fast friend invited me to an international gaming community and probable Space Station 13 Illuminati group.
Lapusha, what gay French dog cartoon are you talking about? No, I don't think so.
The plan was hatched after a few months to host a crowd-themed game jam. Instead of having a month to develop a game, though, we would simply...
Oh, wait. Was it that thing that we were watching that Lucario sent earlier? Because I got up and went to the bathroom and didn't end up really watching it. Hold on. Let me go to the... Where did Lucario link this? The Trixie chat? Oh. Very clean. I missed that. Oh, I don't remember where this was linked, and I'm not going to dig through all the channels.
Simply be given the weekend. Thanks to my development of a Void, I had access...
I need to listen to music now. Come on. Please click for me. You son of a bitch. Why is what's happening here? Okay. Okay. How much Dochi can I listen to before my stream gets taken down? I want Alter Ego.
We're officially on our way to the swamp. If you've never been to the swamp, you should visit. It's better than a resort, better than a spa, better than a city. And you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's no laws.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's no laws is such a thing to say. And I know she fucking means it. How did they stage this fucking image?
I sit on the corner and shook my shit. Now
This is some fucking this is like a boss. Imagine if you walked into a boss arena in fucking a Souls game and like a life bar showed up underneath Dochi. You'd be fucking terrified. You'd be like, she is about to hit me with that fucking Melania combo or whatever the fuck.
I'm gonna give y'all another hit.
She's also got like shining gauntlets on her legs or something. What's going on there? She's wearing like the fucking like Wonder Woman ringlets on her leg.
they probably went on a boat and left her on that little island. I agree with that, but the lighting though, like, do they have another boat with a gigantic fucking light on it? Like the time of day is crazy, right? Because already I think I can't tell if this is just. I'm thinking this is just after sunset, but it could be just before daybreak. But I think it's just after sunset. But like, so there's a massive amount of light on her, but you don't see the reflection of anything in the water that would be. So it's like well out of screen. And then whatever the fuck is going on with her leg, I don't know if this is like a post-processing edit, like if this is like maybe she's got something really shiny on, and so that huge light hitting it is causing just like a crazy sunburst. But just the fact that it's this lighting, like getting it at this time of day with all the fucking flowers on the water, like if they really just found a place and it looked like this and they just aimed a light and shot, what a fucking place to have found. Drone light. I mean, but it's so bright though. I guess I don't know. I don't know the technology like that. I don't know how big of a light a drone can. I don't know anything about JT except for this song because she's in a Dochi song, but it's good. Do something like that, I have to figure out how close can I get to that? Like, how straight can I get my leg up? Not very far. I mean, I've been sitting in a chair for 4 hours, so obviously I'm not in like stretched mode, but how difficult will it be for me to get my leg all the way up? I mean, it's just not, it's not the most easy thing to just casually do the way she did it. You know, she really just kind of picked her leg up. She was like rap singing at the same time. Oh, I can't even get close. I can't do it. I did say on the last stream that we were going to have a stretch segment on each stream, and I really haven't on this one. Oh, nice crack. I should refill my water too. I've just been sitting here thinking about how I need to refill my water and being like too dissociated to do it, I guess. This is why I have to play Dochi, so that I can remind myself that I'm like a living human. Yeah, let's listen to her talk about the song while I go get myself some water.
Describe as the highest form of myself, powerful, confident, fearless swamp girl who's just in her bag and she's on and in a flow. And I think I'm only not being that when I might have moments where I might allow doubt to come in. I might have moments where I wake up and I don't feel as confident. My alter ego is really me at my best. The concept of the alter ego and the power that that holds inspired this song because in a way I want to always be on. There's this lyric by Kanye West and he said, you motherfuckers living at half of your level, half of your life. You're living
Hello,
at half of
anime.
your potential. And I believe that that full potential is
Or do you
resting in
prefer
this
to be
alter
called
ego that
guru?
you think you can only be sometimes. My goal is to like live in that 100% of the time and like really be on all the time. I knew that I wanted to collaborate with someone with a big personality. I feel like JT effortlessly, flawlessly, perfectly is that person. That contrast I think is just so beautiful. Fuck that hoe, fuck that bitch, just fuck that hoe to the condom slip. Who the fuck y'all hoes think run this shit? Miss she, her black vagina, designer say Gucci Prada print. It's fuck that hoe to the condom slip. You know what happens when you fucking. Sometimes it slips. So that's how hard it's really fuck you, bitch. I really don't like this person. I think it could be interpreted that I'm kind of talking about somebody else, but really I'm talking to my lower self. D-O-E, I'm Wakanda rich, big Dochi diva, Donda, Dundada, Tokyo, Honda drift. When it comes to fashion, when it comes to this alternative shit, I'm her. Period. All of these D's that I'm playing with, sometimes I like to play with like a very ABC type of rhyme scheme. And I think this is a cool way to do it with cadences and just using different D words to describe Dochi, diva, Dandada, the highest form of black luxury, like Wakanda rich. I'm just flexing at this point. Niggas tweaking, hoes is geeking, pussy popping, Dochi season, new persona, new vagina, push back, but I'm still gonna get that. Dochi season is just my time, my era, my influence. It's my music, it's the swamp, it is my time. Labels quaking, hoes is pissed, they mistaken. I'm that bitch, wrist stay frozen, cue the Trojans, let's go. I'ma get. I'm that
CC, no, I
bitch
did
when
not.
I am disrupting things, when I can affect people on both ends of the spectrum, when I can piss you off and when I can inspire you at the same time. You love to.
Do you mean the original one, or is there a new one? I don't think I've even watched the original, so let's go ahead and watch that. Really not as good of a take as what she does in the final version of it, though. Different take, right? Let's go back.
Somebody's watching me and my anxiety.
She sounds a lot more sincerely anxious in this version. She definitely looks. This is only 4 years old, but it still feels really weird to me to see like even slightly younger Dochi, because I don't know if she just got like really jacked between then and now, but I feel like she's a lot bigger than she like. This is not the same.
Feel like they don't sound cool enough, and so I made this list of song names.
Like
and these
her
songs
art. No, yeah, she definitely worked out a lot more since back then. Like, hold on. Unless it's just the outfit. It could just be the outfit making her look small.
She's such a cute little baby. She didn't even look like she can kick my ass yet. Now she does, though. Yeah, that's... I'm sorry, just that set of moves right there. That's a woman that can absolutely fucking destroy me. She definitely got sizably more ripped over the last 4 years. This is my favorite of the Denial is a River skits. It's Schoolboy Q.
I mean, Q, you know how I am. I'm an alpha female. So
Yeah.
it's different for me, but he does everything for me. He helps me set up the house. He don't drink. He don't smoke. Like, he's so good. Hey, babe.
Hey.
Hi.
Whoa, is that Zaza? Cute.
You're kidding.
What's up, man? You not gonna let me get some of that?
He's so funny. He's so
And it's
funny.
the roach. I love when it's the roach and it's like almost done and it tickles your lip a little bit. It's like
Comedian. He is so funny. He has a huge Twitter following. He's very funny online and in person.
No weed? No.
The fucking flat way he's no. Oh my god. No weed? No.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
What's up, Doki?
Hey, Issa.
You know, it's been a little while since you and I have had a chat.
Oh, really?
Probably since like your last EP or The Places We'll Go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting some calls.
Oh.
People are a little bit worried about you.
Not worried.
And I know that I was kind of that outlet for you. So why don't you just tell me what's been going on?
Okay. Remember old when you just click
So like
this fast trip and see really well playing me day. Can I say the shit works and hot drugs? I like I'm not an addict.
Want to talk about it?
I mean
Fuck.
I like pills, I like drugs, I like getting money, I like strippers, I like to fuck, I like day drinking and day parties in Hollywood. I like doing Hollywood shit. Snorted probably would. What can I say? The shit works, it feels good, and my self-worth's at an all-time low. And just when it couldn't get worse.
Black on I ain't had of words.
On Danny Brown. Ho, 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 ho. I didn't used to be a rapper. Once upon a time, I started writing rap songs with my friends just for laughs. I wrote a few, never really taking it particularly seriously. And then in 2016, Danny Brown, in preparation for Atrocity Exhibition, which came out like way after this first single, he put out When It Rained.
And I listened to this countless times, and then I wrote my first album, Bedroom Bedrock. And I think I probably got Bedroom Bedrock out before. Am I going to stream for long? Yes. I think I got Bedroom out before fucking Atrocity Exhibition was even actually out. But like this song had such an effect that it basically jump-started me doing rapping. And I had only heard a couple of Danny Brown features here and there. Like I was vaguely aware of him, and I knew he could rap his ass off and that he had a silly, ridiculous voice. But this song like made me realize, oh my God, this guy is like goated. And like this flow is insane. I don't know another song with this flow. I don't know why it started 25 fucking seconds in, but okay, we'll run that back.
Have you ever been stiffed at work?
Well, I've never been stiffed at work.
At work? I don't even know if I can actually perform this, but I'm going to try. I have the lyrics open on another screen, you know.
What a back, go to the back, all the cat, go to the back, hit it with the back. You can't say something like that back. We're the big game, we run that chain, put that thing in your hair, come on, come here, when you hit your hair, ain't no trust, nine niggas like dog, ain't like that. Hang up with the double up, ain't your tax. For that money, ain't that one trust. I'm talking about greed and lust. When you put the trust, way down, down, living in the day, like it's that end. Just wake up, like it's that end. All your friends, cats, everybody, like hang up, nigga, right the time, I'm not eight. No, it's fucked up, that's all I mean. And I don't say like no change, no time, so it's the yellow. So when it's time, we're gonna roll. So I go, just we got sound. Here we go, here we go. Ain't no what I'm gonna go. Ain't no change, ain't no change. No, I'm gonna stop in a rain. Dark light, I get out right here. No sunshine, outside me lit. White squares, I'm not me red. Look at my friend, get shot in the head. Take it. Oh, you ain't got it. When it rain, when it rolls, ass on the floor down. Oh, you ain't got it. Yeah, but when you have gunshots go off, pop off, shots go off, knock off. Try to play this off, climb side, your face, on your baseball, better run off, hit your line, all the time, X6, show head front, X it inside, make the dead big when it's time, know what you do, right, hurry like this, bro, bam, go like this, now, my boy, get on now, get on now, get on now, pop on the flop, right, hurry like this, bro, bam, go like this, now, my boy, get on now, get on now, get on now, pop on the flop, oh, you ain't know that, when it rain, when it goes down, oh, you ain't know that, it's a rain, when it pours on the ass, oh, you ain't know that. When it rain, when it pours on the ass, oh, you ain't know that. It's a rain, when it pours on the ass, I'm a percolator, I'm like a gorilla when you look at me. Kid, don't play with it. Shoot a house party on the day. Shot down when we hit the DJ. That Detroit shit, you're a disco. Mixing games, piss for the disco. Eat crawfish, after the fish ball. See the raw face, watch to the pitch. Niggas hit piss, now no flash out. Call out a trick when you hit my house. Beef red, hell no, hit my house. Beef works, everybody ain't no sound. Come on from the city, when it goes big like they call slimming. Yo, West be hurt. That's for certain, yo, West be hurt. Young niggas out there putting that work. I don't use squirt for a barrel joint. Oh, damn city, probably gotta come aboard. When it comes to jail, always stay crowded. Yo, good fuck, they just go pop. Oh, you ain't know that. When it rain, when it pours on the ass on the floor, oh, you ain't know that.
All right. I probably played too much of that to not get copyright blocked, but we're still here. We're still alive. And then, of course, I think I did this on a recent stream, but he does have the verse on Eco Death from like the same year. Maybe even earlier. Is this song? Yeah, no, this can't be even older, can it? Because this song, even more. 2014. Maybe I was already a Danny Brown fan, but only of this verse. Because I know I've known the Danny Brown verse since like it came out.
Strange stomach or a stray bullet from his gray mullet.
Yeah, you're Ivy up the goddamn lattice. Yeah, this. Rap imagine about as hot as a mansion where two bitches on the beach with 200 dancing. Rappers put your dancing. Last man standing on it's so hard to make a shake out the plane. I'm not great. I'm only standing 60, but I'm super bright. I'm trying to get some right. Punch down, someone say, hard like K.O. Remember when I told to make a straight down the train. Take on the line. Shoot through a window with some saw blade cracks. Back on that shit. Guess what this time? Slap a stick of dynamite when the sun don't shine. Ain't anybody
disrespect and chin check. I'm telling Slinky man.
Neck
Blowing
blowing,
dope,
dope, eyes
all over
blowing,
Chinky like
like
a
a
mini
mini
fresh.
version
Come
of
to
the
extinction.
extinction.
Now
Nah, not
Megadeth,
Megadeth,
how
so many
dead
dead
rappers
rappers who
ain't
can't
even
even
take
take
baby
baby
steps.
steps.
Well, you know what artist is the artist, and my artist is man with this shit. It's not just right and past the margin. Anything I wanna start it. I fucking bank you.
I said since y'all heard what I just said. I said just now since Maz instead of since Nas, and before that said since Nas was writing past the Martins instead of the margins. And this is where I struggle as a rapper, is that I get my syllables mixed up. I just be swapping the syllables around sometimes, and you can't, I don't know how easy it is for people to tell when they're just listening to you, like, you know, the one time, but oh my God, work is here. I do need the lyrics for this one.
Let them know why you holla
At
at
the
the
city,
ride
rap
for
for
it.
it.
Let
Let
them
'em
know why you
die
die
for
for
it.
it. Same reason all these riders get high, so it's
I accidentally
all
pulled up a
medicinal. Now
Rihanna
what you
song.
won't buy, homie? Buy bitch,
bitch.
mob shit,
Mob shit.
boss talk,
Boss talk.
game rich,
Game
game
rich.
rich, gang signs, work on the phone, call it baseline. Yup, line dance like a hoe down, pimps up, daytime, whole block goes town, ghost ride, ghost face, G's get ghost in a moment, pour a little for the ghost of the dead homies. Deadpan voice singing Tin Pan Alley songs, panhandling in front of tourists with the camera phone. Get it how you live, live till you get it. Get it in when the stash low and it's no can. Get it in and you're riding no L's, no tag. Get it in and she's looking like you ain't gon' smash. Get it in, but she got her legs up on the dash. Show these haters how to get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work.
I get it, I whip it, I flip it, I pack it to profit. Don't know when to stop it. They calling me Griselda, the harlot. My blood is erotic. Can't walk, the healer's enormous. Arm and arm, risk, tic tac, I came up from boosting my garments, switching my handbags, how I switching my polish to my cashmere, the same blouse. I'm running the target to my cashmere, the large crowd. I'm just about to party. I've been here from September to August, ahead of my time. Like all ladies and bars, all I need is a sickle. I'ma read me a heart. The hardest thing I had to do was to make a promise. I've been counting money since elementary. It's why these broke boys ain't getting into me. And when the stash low and it ain't no cash flow, shit, I go to work moving by the boatload.
Stash low and it's no cash. Get it in and you riding no L's, no tag. Get it in, she looking like you ain't gon' smash. Get it in, she got her legs up on the dash. Show these haters out. Get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work, work. Get that work, make that work. Stop. Red lights in the distance.
You never been to that district they reference.
Trunk full of hashish and mess in your mind is a mess, and this bitch is undressing you. Hey, mash on the throttle like a G, put a bottle to your teeth, say fuck it, you're free, man. Pull over to the side of the street, keep your hand on the shotty sitting up under the seat, or let the cop pull you over, say something slick on some Jay-Z 99 Problems type shit. All of the above in your head, but it really doesn't matter because you're already dead. No obituaries for the most part. Nobody cares. You're not even a co-star. Just an extra. They read about it as a number.
Names got money in their wallet, ho. God damn, what a thing to say. Names got money in their wallet, ho.
Machinery, catharsis, ragtag, transcendence, try-hard, high-strung, neurotic, blue cross, golden arches, pearly supermarket, picket fence, domestic, citizens arrest, Tuesday name, gas station, phantom pain, therapist, shell white, parking garage, micropole, private property, killing point, agenda, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew, good luck, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew, good luck, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew, arms, body, legs, skin, bone, sinew, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew, arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew.
I've done the questionnaire like 7 times to get the same results as my friend. We've been inseparable since 2009.
She just doesn't know about it yet.
Arms, body, legs, flesh, skin, bone, sinew.
done that questionnaire like never in my life.
But I've got a 10-foot pole. And if I could, I'd hook her with it right tonight. God rest her soul. Can you feel it? 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 Come on, touch me.
Stop.
Yeah, you heard this one before. Girls like us are right into the core.
Stop. Yeah.
You heard this one before. Girls like us are right into the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before. Girls like us are right into the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before. Girls like us are right into the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before. Girls like us are right into the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before. Stop beating. Focus on remorse. I'm sympathetic. I'm singing better.
Yeah.
Because it's superficial smile. It got everybody up.
It's playing out.
Boys are talking science.
Yeah,
The horse I like is whack. She can't run very fast. She's always had my back. I'll bet my bottom dollar and I'll bet my britches off. Can you get me back on track? Can you feel it? You heard this one before. Girls like us are right to the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before. Girls like us are right to the core. Can you feel it? Stop beating. You heard this one before. Girls like us are right to the core. Stop beating. You heard this one before.
maybe I'm delusional, but maybe I'm control. It's the talk of the town. Maybe I'm delusional. It's the talk of the town. It's the talk of the town. Maybe I'm delusional. It's the talk of the town. 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 I like that song a little bit. I think that song's kind of good. I don't know how it sounds having to hear it through me singing it through a shitty fucking through the worst connection possible. I'm just glad that the stream didn't get taken down. Don't be a fan of My Little Pony or else you'll turn into a shemale. This is true. It pretty much happened to all of us. That is pretty much the final destination of being a brony. Anybody who tried to make it like I'm so manly that My Little Pony must be manly because I'm manly. Like, you're a faggot, dude. Shut up. Suck a dick and get over it like the rest of us did. God, I love sucking dick. I don't understand people who don't like to suck dick. Like, if that's not something that you find fun, I don't get it. You probably haven't even tried, first of all, which pussy. But, like, I don't know. It's fun.
I'll never be what you say inside. You say I'm not alone, but I am petrified. You say that you are close, it's close that close to start. You just feel twice as far. You just feel twice as far. And I'll fall, and I'll break, and I'll fake. All I wanna, and I'll fall down, and I'll break down, and I'll fake you out. All I wanna.
It got so fucking hot in this room because of all that dancing I was doing. I just like opened the door and it was like I walked into a wall of sweat. Why is there a 25-minute video about grooming in BoJack Horseman in my suggestions? I don't need that at all. Rambite? I don't know who that is. Genetic grief. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, that's way too dark for right now. I'm going to go refill my coffee cup, so I'll be right back. Pusha, yes, you can pay me to watch. You can absolutely pay me to watch a gay dog cartoon, whatever that is. Gay dog cartoon. You have a straight brony friend? I don't believe him. No, it's possible. I mean, like, I don't know. I just don't think being straight is real in the first place. Like, I think you can happen to date a bunch of people who are the same gender over and over again, but I don't think being straight is real. Like, you can be attracted to your perception of a certain gendered performance and therefore seek that. That doesn't make you straight. Britney Spears and Silent Hill have fucking loud. That video was a lot less interesting than I hoped it would be. All right, this looks cute. Thank you, Lapucia. How can there not be English, but there's everything else? Did I miss it somewhere? Was it at the start for some? No? Oh, okay, there we go. I just am blind. That's not English. What the fuck?
Okay, that time it worked.
De l'âge, impeccable, bien brillant et poli, médaille royale, étincelante, brossage des dents.
Is this man gay for his dog? Is that what this is?
Montrez-moi votre sourire éclatant, et voilà, et la touche finale. Mon toilettage! Je l'ai échappé belle. Ça te va bien, ce petit épi?
No, I'm thinking this dog's gonna fuck this little. I think this little preppy twink dog is gonna get fucked in the ass by this bad boy cool dog.
Stylé juste au ciel. Mais quelle épi! Ah, c'est une catastrophe! T'inquiète, ça va le faire grâce à mes talents de coiffeur. Ah, voilà, c'est fait. Les pains.
I really hate the music in this. Like it's overbearing and uninteresting and not melodic particularly, and just I don't like the music at all.
Formidable! On va le retrouver, ton collier. Hélas, il est définitivement égaré dans cette forêt, cette jungle. Oh, disparu. À jamais.
I'm not in love with the voices either.
C'est sans espoir. Oh! Est-ce pas un beau collier? Nous sommes enfermés dans un endroit sombre et humide et je commence à paniquer. Je sens que les murs se rapprochent.
I don't know what happened to the subtitles. I think I could understand what he's saying more or less, you know, romance languages, the root words are all the same.
Tu te fatigues pour rien, Belfort. On sortira pas d'ici. Il a gagné. Les pains! Il est hors de question que je reste dans ce tunnel noir, humide, moisi et moche. Une minute de plus, tu m'entends? Allez!
Why does it keep like interrupting itself with the title card? Or is that just to signify like another segment? It was a very odd cut.
Allez, Belfort, tu peux le faire.
T'as toujours pas compris, t'es trop nul pour poser sur ce portrait.
I do like her voice.
Je suis Belfort, fils de Diane et chien de Sa Majesté. Que cela vous plaise ou non.
Ouais, bon, ça va. Hein.
Très bien. Faites place.
I felt emotionally lost watching that. I don't know how much of it is like the difficulty of the like language barrier. I really didn't understand what I was supposed to get out of that. Like the animation looks good, like the artwork is good. I really did not understand what was what were the characters, what was their story. I really did not like the main character's voice, which would be makes it pretty hard to like him. Yeah, I don't know. That was strange. That was a strange experience. I really did not know how to feel about it. Now I've got a bunch of dog stuff in my recommendations, it seems. French dog stuff at that. Interesting. Well, Lapusha, I'm sorry if you were really hoping I would love that, but not really my bag. Too dog for me, not furry enough, not human enough. Too dog. Hey, we got another recommendation from Lapusha. Crisis Young Episode 1, Bobby Pills channel. Okay. Okay, I've never heard of this. Do I need to have... Okay, it seems to already be set that way. You've been on a French cartoon kick lately or something, Lapusha?
Bobby Pills.
This looks nice. Character designs remind me of like Archer.
Nos voisins. J'espère qu'ils nous accepteront.
T'en fais pas.
Why is this cowboy sad? Wait, hold on.
J'espère qu'ils nous accepteront.
This dude reminds me of that's what it's called, right? Yeah, this reminds me of this album cover. Videos with human faces that are screaming and on fire or some shit. All of her clothes got burned. Hearing like a French version of the American version of like cheesy dub acting on purpose. Is her head about to get squished like Apocalypse Zero off into space? I know it happens fairly early on.
This girl. Take a closer look at her face. See? Don't you think she's a disgusting pig? Guess what's on the inside?
Type shit. I'm going to be honest. I kind of really don't like this at all. And the reason is there is just no context. It's like happy couple in a field in the middle of nowhere, and then big fat Jesus shows up and kills her. And it's like, okay, do these people exist in like a world? Is there a society here? Is there like, where did these people fucking come from? Did young Jesus just show up to fuck with these two people? That's like he's taking over the world by way of fucking with this random guy and his wife. Like, I feel a real lack of sense of like placement within this narrative. Kind of reminds me of no, there we go. That's what I wanted.
Où suis-je? Depuis combien de temps? Est-ce ma punition pour avoir aimé? Suis-je le seul?
Malik Production says he stole the girl default. Now he'll get revenge over the rest of the series. And like, well, so what made me go on that rant was realizing that this is like the exact same thing as the first episode of Primal. But Primal is set like, you know, in the world. It may be in the ancient world, but like you see it and you immediately like understand that it is what it is. Where the fuck can I watch this for free? Is it for free on Adult Swim? Do I have to sign up for some HBO shit? I do. It's even called Despair. But like, wait, this isn't the first episode. What did I do? This is season 2. I didn't know they made a second season of this. This is the one I want. Like, I know it's not fair to compare an independent animation to like a studio animation, but like, what is missing from that is the sense of like, like an understandable placement within reality. Like basically, oh yeah, they're gonna get stomped out. These little babies. Like basically, the plot is that the man's wife and kid get killed by the T-Rexes, and then this mama T-Rex's baby gets killed by the evil T-Rexes, and so they team up. Yeah, there we go. Eat them babies. And they kick his ass. And they're all sad because they all lost their babies and shit. But then they become like a buddy cop duo. Okay, now this is looking a lot more like Apocalypse Zero. Now we're reaching an Apocalypse Zero level of propaganda English because it's anime. Okay. So I'm definitely reading Fist of the North Star is also nice ass. Yeah, I don't know. The main thing that bothered me about that was not feeling like there's any consequences for anything because there's nothing like outside the story. So it's like in an action story like this, where like there's only one character we really can care about at all, there's no stakes because he's not gonna die, you know, like unless like it happened as like a joke and we moved on with a different character. But that's, you know, it would be weird. It's hard for me to feel like anything that's happening matters because it doesn't feel like it's happening anywhere, you know. You don't think you're supposed to take it that seriously, though? You have to understand something about me, Lapusha. I take everything more seriously than everybody else does. I am the most taking everything seriously ass person that has ever existed. To such an extent, I said these exact words earlier in the stream, but I don't think you were here. But to such an extent that I have to pretend I'm not taking things as seriously as I am all the time to fit into society where most people aren't taking things that seriously because they're not capable of it. And so I just pretend that I'm not taking things that seriously.
I've done you a favor. Instead of making you model a low poly base from scratch,
I gotta piss
costing you
again.
hours of work, I've actually done it for you. In the description of this video, there's a link to my Gumroad, where you'll find a download to this exact base for free. Whilst you're at it, feel free to download any of the other models I've uploaded. Oh, and thank you to the 2 people that did actually end up buying my models. I really appreciate it. Now, I could totally teach you how to model a low poly base from scratch, but that would make this video quite long and boring and... Alright, fine. I'm just too lazy to bother teaching you. You know, there's so many other videos out there probably teaching you all this better than me. So, alright, let's start with the fun stuff. Download the model off of my Gumroad and import the FBX file. Make her whatever height you desire. I recommend you stay within the normal human range. Go to edit mode and select the vertices required to form a shirt. Shift D to duplicate whatever you selected and press P to separate by selection. Now you have 2 separate objects. This allows you to change the shape of the shirt and make it look more natural. You can always apply a mirror modifier to help you out keeping everything symmetrical. Do the exact same for the pants. Now, just because I'm choosing to design my model like this doesn't mean you have to make an exact replica of mine. Change it up a bit.
Howdy, soldiers. I think cuffing clothing is the equivalent of putting your t-shirts in sport mode. Hey, you don't gotta get ready if you stay ready. It is now mid-March, which means it's time to start talking about the annual Trans Rights Readathon. If you haven't heard of it before, this is the third year in a row of this readathon, where readers are encouraged to seek out books by authors who are trans, gender non-conforming, non-binary, and two-spirit, in order to uplift, amplify, and support both authors that write these books and stories with these characters in them. This is usually a week-long readathon that ends on March 31st, which is the Trans Day of Visibility. But this year, we're switching things up a little bit, and it's going to be from March 21st to March 31st, so a full 10 days instead of the usual 7. Usually creators set up a kind of GoFundMe or fundraiser for a specific purpose or cause, and these are specifically trans-led organizations and fundraisers. And you can donate as much or as little as you like. Some people do like a cent a page. Some people do like $5 a book. Some people do $20 a book, just however much that you want to donate to your trans community. I personally will be donating $5 for every book that I read, and it's going to go to the Canadian company TransCare Plus. This is a national nonprofit organization that focuses on 2S LGBTQIA+ healthcare and wellness, working with queer and gender diverse communities, care providers, and researchers to help identify, develop, and provide services and resources that meet the needs and desires of queer and gender diverse folks across Canada. I will leave that link below, as well as lots of other links to some of my friends who are doing their own videos on this and their own fundraisers. And I would encourage you to sort through some of the ones that are already up, or even start your own. And as somebody who is an out and proud member of the LGBTQ community, let me just say, there would not be any LGBTQ community without the T. Baby gays, it is not all about kissing girls and going clubbing. Know your history. Pride started as a riot, and the only reason that we have rights that we have now is because of trans women of color. So if anybody comes into this video making disparaging comments against the trans community, I will block you. Now, when it comes to what to read for this readathon, the recommendation videos are popping up left, right, and center by some of my favorite creators as well. But we tend to see a lot of similar titles. Even though we are very loud, the queer community is quite small, and so the trans author bubble is also quite small, so just comparatively, you're going to see less of them out in the wild. So
Was I muted the whole time I was doing that just now? Nobody said anything. Was it just not obvious I was speaking? Or was I not muted and I just muted myself? I can't fucking remember.
whenever you do hear about trans authors, it's a lot of similar names. Like everyone's heard of Rivers Solomon, everyone's heard of Shelley Parker Chan, everyone knows V.E. Schwab, everyone knows Radka Aoki. People have definitely heard of F.T. Lukens. People have definitely heard of Shirin J. Zhao. And like, who hasn't heard of Aiden Thomas? And if you haven't read,
Lapusha, no, I have not read any more of Manhunt than what you've paid me to read because it is not fun. It's painful and traumatizing. So I'm not going to read that if I'm not getting paid to do it.
any of those authors, I would highly recommend. Oh, and I just dropped something. So in today's video, I want to talk about some of my favorite lesser well-known books by trans and non-binary authors. To keep this video from being 1,000 years long, I have narrowed it down to my top 2 of each category of like the top categories and genres that I read. So this is, you know, specifically tailored to me, but guess what? We're on my channel and you're not my real dad. But if you like gay fantasy shit, baby, you're in the right place. And then I wanted to go over my personal TBR for the week, this 10 days. So without further ado, grab a drink, grab a snack, and buckle in. Join me as we go over recommendations for the Trans Rights Readathon of 2025 and my personal TBR pile. Category is dance or die. Sorry, category is romantasy. Not gonna lie, I mostly made this category so I could talk about vampires. In this household, we support trans rights and trans wrongs, and there's nothing quite like a sexy, villainous vampire novel to really get the party going. I'm talking about Mistress of Lies by Cam Enright. In this dark political fantasy romance, we follow Shan, who is the heir of a now disgraced but once great house of blood workers. Sam, a factory worker who finds out he has a special kind of magic that draws him closer to the court of the Vampire King. Royal blood worker and right-hand man to the king, Isaac, who has a sordid history with Shan and his own terrible secret. All three of them are tasked by the Eternal King to help stop a killer cutting a swath through the city, and in so find themselves in a tangled web of revenge and desire. It's dark, it's twisty, it's sexy, it's rotted, it's political, it's bloody, it's cutthroat, and the stakes have never been higher. Pun intended. I am a sucker for a it's so stupid. I am a fiend for a blood magic dark vampire fantasy book, and this is one of my favorites. Isaac is a trans character and one of our love interests, and he in particular is fascinating as a character.
Okay. I'll find my own trans book to read. Are you a butch, a femme, or a stem? I don't really care. Healed my shame, became an orb. Now that sounds more like it.
I need to explain to you.
I thought I had seen this video before, but it doesn't seem like it.
Happened to me with words, but the language turns us all into jesters. 9 months ago.
No, I've definitely seen this. It just wasn't on this account. It just means I'm becoming more similar to myself. Creepy. Bite me. The realist trans character. State of the dead internet. That is fucking long.
This is a transmission by Kaios.
No. Not at all. I tried going against my own soul's warning. Ooh. Maybe. Let me hear the drums. I have yet to hear the drums. Maybe there aren't drums. There we go. Terrifyingly careless, contrarily amusingly embarrassed, despairingly apparently ensnaring, glaringly full of clarity, comparing it to you, declaring it an aerial ideology, an aerial assault on all your feelings, something just like Ariel before the legs, begging for a tail. You fucking feeling me? Hey. It's Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. It's Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie. Hey. Put Trixie in the mix and see how far your foot gets put in your pussy. Get the good seat when you see my gushy Pan-Atlantic and a cooking would sing wussy kittens. Memorize the rhyme scheme, eyes closed. Understand my lyrics cause my diction is pristine. So pissy, just miss me with all the racist hot takes. I am not fake like you. My muse go deeper than lake and broad like ocean. Frankly, Mr. Shankly, fuck yourself. I transcend shelf a bank. I make the future suit yourself, you slut. You know I got the tightest butt. I'm biting pillows and plushies when you got the grip on my hips and my butt cheeks. Fucking bitch, I'm out of control. Yeah, bitch, I am a sight to behold. Is it a like a patrol? Bitch, it's a cat to my brain on a roll. Not a Kaiser, still Lola Malice, but never a miser. Thinking she Alice, we better resize her. Smoking the bras and the maiden is wiser. Rhyming outside, servant and outsider. I am no tiger king, more like a liger queen. I am no trend or scene. I am a mind-bending puzzle like some kind of measure or Geiger scene. I'm a vibe and meme. Trixie Goldie Witch. Hey. So much audacity, flexing my lung capacity. Raps with this flows like rhapsody. Rigor mortis, recovery. Rocking my Amadeus. Amadeus cannot convey what I'm saying. And need more clearly displaying. Not every rhyme I can say. And you wanna play this station. I got no patience for faking. You won't be taking a breath for a few more reps. So your eyes start to go vacant. Taking hold of the flow and controlling your soul to boldly go where I told you to go. I know. Yeah, pure Gandanium, yellow cake uranium, huh? Blank cranium, ankle deep in radium, huh? Fill a stadium just to see my labium, huh? In the atrium, singing titanium, brain encased in casium, eating apium with the gymnasium and valium, vanadium, of course I do my veins and vanadium at the podium, humming what I know and some other stuff I wrote upon, stepping off the float, I gun for the most excellent approach. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. You don't want no static with a bitch like me. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Probably gonna listen to the whole CD again. I'm just gonna keep rapping until somebody tells me to do something else. Out of the Great Pumpkin. Let me tell you something. Elbow Beast Junction at the top, putting to me. Rame's on in 52. Should we run? You think dudes have to now? Sweet power, so is fuck what you think is now. Pink and brown, Rico Brown, trying to read my sound. Keep it down. They got ears to the underground. Sink it like a frown. I'm down in it. Like a resin razor blade across a big crush sign wave and across pump tirade when I'm ailing, I bump through the road full blast and free as fishing every fucking person on this earth with briefly sickness inside the box like a tricky yes, in effect adding a bit more depth but not much. Clutching breath right out the lungs of legends, I breathe the heavenly cloud except now it's lung bile brown. Inside of the box, I keep my cow tops, my cow pods, my tail hops, no memories, my stale ops. Inside of the box, I flip my flow switch with my cold wrist and on diet. Inside of the box, it's just a box. Inside those boxes, I have even more boxes. Inside of the box, it's just a box. I promise. It's time for an unboxing, and this victory requires outboxing. I got the Moxie like I'm cheaply in DC, playing Borderlands 3 and recording while I stream. Such a cheap little screaming digital thing, switch up all the fears inside your mind. I'm bleeding on the beat. But I'm reading when I'm at the lyric sheet. Are you beat up at the beach or all hooked over at your seat? Are you punch drunk, your love all bunched up at a heap? Are you somebody's perfect drug or just an addict in the sheets? Are you ready for the 30s or are you stuck on 23? Are you gonna fucking eat that? Cause it's making me hungry. And I wolf that shit down like a Twilight princess. I've been crowned best in the Nexus flex when you test it, just like an Armstrong sister. Blistery feet, so of course you missed the history deep down in the pistol. Hysterical when she thinks you dissed her, mister. Please don't get on my list as long as it is, and I'm loud even when I whisper. We need to confuse it, not I'll really be deep chilling right now. Hey, tell me how off time am I? How much shit can a witch take? Don't bother begging, borrowing, I just steal and talk about tape. Whatever's within my vicinity will be within me, and effortlessly twisted into infinity and pushed into being. I don't give a fuck unless I really give a fuck, and then I never run a arrow forward like I'm aiming for the sun, thinking nothing couldn't possibly be hotter than my blood. I've been burning up since I was one, I'd had enough. I see why I lived online since 1999 when mom was on the top. Suicide was on the mind. I live my life to see the next set of Pokemon cards and magazines and all the legendary anime are cohesive. Cambria records to them. I've opened the Interdelic. I'm used to the kids trapped in the closet, but your life could be used just unpause. Hey. Like canopy, camping in the streets, everywhere my feet fall is where I put the people at home, and even my home, metallic feet sure to follow. I can't follow my pride, I jump off the line. I'm pretty sure I'm pressing all the buttons and turning all the knobs. Not a young hard job, more like a hot mom, but I'm busting up. Function, bread's in the oven, the cup and the stir in the pot, and the worrying won't stop. And you're worried a lot, drink this flurry and stop. Give it a minute to breathe for the drop. Give it a minute to breathe for the drop. Use your concerns and brain worms on the plot. Be the thing you said that you thought you were not. You the rich tooth you nearly broke thinking the thought. Simply broke, looking back years and rotten inside every night, feeling like we're in the fight with some light in eyes and it's blinded the way that it gets in and stays when you need it for the sight. You just might have to fight at the hand that feeds and feeds till it bleeds to get right, mightier than any sword, winner more than all the boards on a roller troller, never choking, never ever bored. I can never be ignored. We can fucking out with that. Unrepentantly a brat, one that been the freaking cat fast. You feel real, but I say my crazy close will blow back. The ones who know that are dead, so no one knows. king of the Stone Age and Space Stone. They live in a glass home, but cast stones with our broken pieces of the broken psyche that I just remove for more clicks and money than life. He's intelligible as Brad Pitt as a psyche. He's breaking the mic, he's breaking everything in sight, and yet he's off into the night. Yeah, all right. I haven't read that one in fucking years or heard it in fucking years. That was really fun. It was hard to like find the flow for that. I don't remember what the flow was originally at all. Yeah. Hey, my girl don't sleep. Nah, 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 surviving quiet, eyes on the horizon, tainted diet, heavy iron, multiplication, never divided. All indications say that you're biting. I feel delighted at the sight of giant bags of weed. I'm watching movies with the food and we review for green. I do say moving in when we chilling on the scene. A villain and a queen. Which I've never rapped that before. Or maybe I did. Hey, assume it's fake and believe it anyways. If you stop believing it, then I behave. Your relationship with government, your brain, craving honesty is honestly a waste. You couldn't ascertain the truth. Reality is only what you make. If you want a party, you must participate. Honesty is honestly a waste. And the truth you use pretending you're a thing. Trust yourself, even though you shouldn't. Everything you did was something that you couldn't until you did. You're gonna go again. I said it all before, I'm gonna say it all again. Nothing is real, but everything is cool. Your emotions are all chemical, and the music will know, but I'm feeling you go. I pull you into being who you choke. Catalyst. You want a battle, bitch? Let's go. Cause it go, except go. I'll go back as Nazareth. Ancestral sin. Wanna be Tag Rabbit. I'm that. Don't say that. Never mind. Trying not to slip into it and to go like the planetary flow. Working for the record spin the record spin. I win while sleeping somehow. Cut down on sleeping phone now. By myself, 2 birds in hand. No pushing like that shit. I like that. I like. Hey. The response is miles over vast landscapes, the past mandates, a read page. Can you imagine fate? Forgets our receipts to proceed. Do we need to proceed? Permission to proceed? Do I still see endless jest? Not in years. Not in several years. I don't feel that connected to my past, if I'm being honest. Not that part of it anyways. I feel more connected to my early past. Before all the internet shit. That probably feels the same way, I would think. Yeah. I need marble floors. Yeah. I need marble floors so my shaking legs don't rattle the house. Because Michael warns my aching back address won't tattle the spouse. In a drowse I sigh and see the midnight sun rip my blouse. I'm in a tree and I drew blood. I need the route, timing, and beat relaxation. Broke toes on concrete, position number 1. Wrote what I spoke so deep I weep at my own words. Smell what you wrote, it reeks, buddy. These bars are turds. Absurdly good flows and low doses, they stay smoke fire. And if my woke verse hits full tilt, the dope will smoke the liar. Retire while you can, or live long enough to see this spark rip starting like a fat shark from a short fat man on a webcam after 2 cans of tuna tubes of blue Kool-Aid and shooting meth up with his roommate. Late for comment, a joke and a promise. I lie like a comet, disturbing the planet and keep it locket that fell from my pocket somewhere in the mosh pit. It's dope outside, that's where I lost it. Dope outside, that's where I lost it. Write longer and longer bars so that when I line them up, I've got a path along to Mars. Keep tackling all the harm that I put upon myself, even when others raise their arms, still dropping it like a star, even though I never learned to actually play guitar. So I punch that tape to deliver the shiver down the spine when the melody line hits hard. I have no idea how that was supposed to be there. I don't remember rapping this one ever. Ornate vernacular, auditory macular, saculated with accurate angles by degrees. I know what this flow needs, a little bit of sugar and spice and everything nice and chemical X. I hexed a couple people this year. Used to be the good witch, but now I got less to fear. Spaceship of moving blankets, hurtling circles round the black hole sun. Umbrage undertaken by the ones who don't know how to fun. Why you stuck where you from? Why you stuck where you from? Why you stuck where you from? Why you scared? Why you done? There was a few more bars, but the beat ended, so whatever. Yeah. Bottom of the motherfucking iceberg, bitch. I'm the coldest fucking shit you ever fucking heard. Cling onto my every word. You never get the silence from me. That would be absurd. I rise against the tide of stride right out into the depths of like Ojira. Serious Kujira. I pilot Gundams like a new type dolphin. Psychic among me, possess you in one go. Onto the next flow, always imposing with voice that is golden. So fuck y'all I goes in. Inking bars like the stars, rap like early Gambino. Was eaten by a Danny Brown that transitioned female. It doesn't have to rhyme the words to satisfy, and when I say them with, I hypnotize you with them. Get your eyes to make a little bit more than a little bit and dip into to get the fucking mission. I like that one. I remember. Yeah. Hey, dreamy, delirious, delightfully unserious, with paper speaking cut from cloth like cheese, my gooey bars melt into all the seams. I'm like a blob of memes from a Wagula queen, and now let's see, I gave you that whole scene, I gave you everything from the theory to critical expertise. You can't relate to me unless you built an entire community. You can't relate to me unless you actually care. You are prepared to give up everything, impairing your ability to be the hero that you want to see. The one they don't know they want, but know that they need. The only one holding the thing together as it's scrambling. The aching motor sputtering to lift the world up on her shoulders. Bouldering the road and curbs that go under the tires. Wired, walking and inspired to try harder not to whine and just to find the peace of mind to challenge myself. And in time, become the one I need to be for all of us to survive. We're dying all of the time. Yeah, that one was hard. I remember back when you was all about my shit. Based on your wall, you're quitting your hand. Doing it till I said something you didn't like. You took a hike and I grew it off the night. What did I get in return for all I gave you? Burned at the stake, berated and hated and chased too. Fuck you, bitch, I made you and you gon' blame me. But without all that I gave you, you be a slave to your emotions and depraved, hated and unable to speak, clinging to words to believe. I'm up like me or your conception of my form of being. You cut the cord, I never left, I'm still right here. Face me if you think you can face fear, or please disappear. Everything you can hate, you can find in a mirror. Tell me if this has ever happened to you. I had to give Tyler a call. Summer came and I just finished licking wounds from the fall. Gone into the green wild with some Julia Holter and Chelsea Wolf, the cactus digging all of the tunes. I pulled off somewhere in Utah, ripped a few bong hits off and wandered around. Found a sound and tossed my records in it. Fished them out, they sounded better. And guppies know something about hooks. Get more compliments than weird looks because I walk into the room like I'm the headliner. Fine diner, so my driver is a gourmet cook and good girl, so he happens to be my husband. Now look. hang with you like anime music and beat or wandering around the city, food talk to a scenery, climbing trees and diving into brush. Or if you like to skip a lunch, be it at local places, take adventures, always try the fun, always give a fuck what others gotta say. The knowledge which expands my brain allows me to maintain my outstanding, outspoken ways. I want to pay for it the way I've been and things I've done. I spent a lot of energy on trying to become the thing I thought I was, collecting before blowing up just like a supernova. Word to hope, I know all of us on the East Coast had to be born as close to boost the ground, to globe trot around the globe with slow trotter. Spins inside my dome, water in my lungs until I spit ammonia that those so sick I was so associated and used to it. Now I'm always moving deep down so you get used to it. Now I always move money around like a butter over a hot steak. I'm about to plate my hot steak. Hot stickers are gonna break and tear. I hate to bear the bad news, but a lot of them lyrics about money and power from rappers are not true. Only 15 out of the 2,755 billionaires are black. Rich people are not crew. And fuck being crabs in a bucket, kids, help me help you. I got time to spare for now and words for later. Think of what you can, never be afraid to hold on to one line for dear life until the end. I'll do all I can, and that may not be much. I might not be really shit, but even if I fucking suck, I'll keep trying because defeat is something that I cannot live with. Even with forgiveness, I still need to win this. Yeah. You are what you eat, that's why you're poison. You are what you eat, that's why you're poison. You are what you eat, that's why you're poison. That's why you're poison. Come get out what you put in. You are what you eat, that's why you're for you. No, this part don't work. Are you flying out my eyes? I'm an electric tape. No. Ooh. Yeah. Uh-huh. God damn. Boy. Slow the verse. No quick, frivolous words. Purposeful prose. Purple only when that is the color that I describe. Tell my life story one bar at a time. No, it's not gonna work. This beat is ridiculous. Okay, maybe this will work. Yeah. Aye. Drinking that coffee and taking Ray tonic. I got the product right here in my pocket. Bringing that back, we ain't smoking in public. Getting the wax in the shoes and you pumping. 5-0 we ducking. Truffle of stuff like a mother is something. Bring out the Glock and we stomping. Fuck all your logic, you banger, you popping. Nobody's stopping. I got the rhymes and we got the rank. I got the fire, you got the stank. I got that smooth movement, slip through and redo your whole movement. Go through shit. My bass is here to unglue shit. I'm rapping because you think the new shit about the new bitch. From that new shit or on the new boy, and I'm ruthless. You rue the day that you tried to do shit, so don't do this. That to me is the perfect of the group is. I don't fight for fun, I don't fight alone. We have enemies and we beat them prone. Don't ask for shit and don't get involved if you ain't down 10 motherfucking toes. Copy and take your time. Product right here in my pocket. Do I know? Fuck, I do not. Just prop it open and I drop this. Are you a drainer? Like, do you mean of the balls? Is that what you like? See,
gotta pay money for questions like that. Oh, nope, the beat didn't drop. Oh, no. Oh, okay. A little moodier than I was expecting. Let me make a promise. If I say it, no, it really doesn't work. Shit. I'm about this. Yeah. That could maybe. I'm about this good. Yeah. It's a big hard rock. I'm a little heavy metal. I'll take my bass with some mids and some trebles. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, this could be. I can sit and stare into space for the entire day, bake alone until the world I know expires away. When I take the pain to reassociate, finish my plate, say what I gotta say, you maybe wanna stay. I've been left before, oftentimes by my own accord. I lay on the floor and don't move in no mood. Tune to the blues in the background, loud and true. Yeah, I've been dissociated, I've been derealized, I've been way up, been up inside my mind. I find a revelation, I find another life. I find a way to live inside the way I choose to die. It isn't suicide, it isn't hard to live, it isn't hard to take. I cannot hope to give. I would if I was nothing what this body is. Finding providence in the obvious, 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 finding providence in the obvious. God damn, the fucking saxophones on this page. Oh, I hope this comes in hard. For your round sound play, for the unbound chords, ornament interpolated, it's taking down joy, edge of a frown, hoisting my mean jokes from the side lip, the hip mountain place who I call my side bitch. Click, click, boom, like those 10 years in my bedroom. The drip rooms, I consumed all of the metrums. Then when June started and brought back with the full moon, fought with the lack of thought, stupid at what you do, my true blue day ones, they all know what the score is. My performance is so far above enormous, or ignorance is louder than the other noises, store voice attempts to annoy with. I'm understanding with everything you said, but blasted all out of my head. Like I know what you want like this, just making you be better dead. Get ready to be left on that forever. I'm the ghost of roller coaster, baby. Fuck forgiving, never, ever, ever. Maybe cheapenable, but I'm gonna get unreasonable if you try to get a squeeze on me, so baby, deep in the hole, but I got a lot of reason to blow, so you know I gotta keep it the flow, lady bo, please what I saw when I find my sheep, but I mean people crazy, that you follow me, but I'm down for peace.
So we dress for cold, I'm dressed for gold. You just like a booster gold when I booster dress under my shirt fold. Skirt hold up in the frog in the smoggy city like a groggy kitty. Got caught in a dizzy in the back of a Honda City when I hit my roll right past that toll booth all the way out of the city on the way to something pretty with about 650 in the bank and a big old bag of dank and my best friend Plank here with me just singing along to my popular songs and calling it that's good shit Trixie. Maybe reasonable, but I'm gonna get unreasonable if you try to get a squeeze on the dough, baby deep in the hole, but I got a lot of reason to blow, so you know I gotta keep with the flow, lady bo, beep what I saw when I found my sheep, what I mean, people, crazy that you follow me, but I'm down 4 feet, so be dressed for cold, it's cold up there, it's bears and shit, so please be wary to take care and to stay woke and wary, token, carry, broken, scary, choked and buried, choked and buried, to stay woke and wary, token, carry, broken, scary, choked and buried, choked and buried, chucked and buried. God damn. Fuck off on this one. Looking for a fight to let the family in the forest, the north towards border near the water of the James. All the rest of former orphans, the aid oranges, the peeling off the cheek, forward this the freest thing. Present you with a choice to go for yes, to prevent the pain or risk till that it's the game. DMX, DMing your D&D, yeah. Do you really fucking feel me? After hour, I'll be found devouring the fences and cowardly peeps that be sour and how they see me. You see, I'm short in the fuse, deep in the muse, winning abuse, revenge, sevenfold and refute, to defend heaven for. I'm a devil bitch, prevalent in my relatives, relevant, relevant, like with the depth of my remembrance. I went through some September, the summer was certain differences. Every consecutive status is not correct. Should I went through that before you don't conceal, no blow up, made no deal, for the uptake feel when I should have been fake, but fucking at least I'm great. When I step in the flames, I bring damages to the surface of the planet. Whatever is worth taking for granted, legendary being us forever seeing, spread and beat, talking to places you would never believe. You would never conceive of this speaker's demeanor, can't demeanor ability. Do you hear it scream? It's Marceline from Virginia Beach in the hand of stream, everything you see. Looking for a vital at the finding in the forest, north towards corner near the water of the James roller with a former orphans, the origins to peel it off and cheap for resist the Prius gang. Present you with the choice of Morpheus that could prevent the pain or risk the pill that makes the game feel sane. DMX, DMing your D&D, yeah. Do you really fucking feel me? Are you sure you wanna feel me? Don't you sort of wanna feel me? Are you sure you want to feel me? Don't you sort of want to feel me? Yeah, respond can come and slap me if you want, but it would probably turn me on, so probably gonna want to stick with guns. Already one the thing I make a target in my target shorts and hand me down to chillin' just around north side, North Virginia. Smoking a little dirt weed blunt in my mama's garage. It's too late with nothing in a mirage. And a chance to my house, get a different massage, and I need a bra. No, I'm a broke bitch. And you know. That's the whole thing. And it goes like this. Trixie Goldie bitch. Hey, Trixie Goldie bitch. Hey, Trixie Goldie bitch. Hey, Trixie Goldie bitch. Alright. Y'all, who's still here? Sound off if you're still in the building. If you survived the onslaught of raps that I just did for like half an hour.
Is literally anybody still awake? What did I eat for breakfast? Cereal. And I'm thinking I might have some more of it. You have to go into work. Tell them you said this is more important. No. You woke up at 1 p.m., but in Europe. Big Europe. I might go off live for a little while and then come back. But I might not. I don't know. It depends. How are y'all feeling? Is everybody going to work / passing out / eating breakfast? And maybe we should pick this up a little later. Because I'm not planning to go to sleep myself. And I'm a little worried if I stop streaming, I will inevitably just pass out. So I might not stop for very long. Just enough to feel inspired with more things I definitely want to do on stream. So right now I'm pretty out of ideas. And I feel like I need to recollect myself. Unless someone has an idea, I guess is basically what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like anybody does, though. Y'all seem to be clonked out, chilling, and really, really clonked out and chilling. I don't know why I thought I needed to say a third thing. All right. See y'all later.